Chapters 27 and 28 of Omoo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Omoo, a narrative of adventures in the South Seas, by Herman Melville. Chapter 27. A glance at Papeete. We are sent aboard the frigate. The village of Papeete struck us all very pleasantly. Lying in a semicircle round the bay, the tasteful mansions of the chiefs and foreign residents impart an air of tropical elegance, heightened by the palm trees waving here and there, and the deep green groves of the breadfruit in the background. The squalid huts of the common people are out of sight, and there is nothing to mar the prospect. All round the water extends a wide, smooth beach of mixed pebbles and fragments of coral. This forms the thoroughfare of the village, the handsomest houses all facing it, the fluctuations of the tides being so inconsiderable. [Footnote: The Newtonian theory concerning the tides does not hold good at Tahiti, where, throughout the year, the waters uniformly commence ebbing at noon and midnight, and flow about sunset and daybreak. Hence the term tuerar po is used alike to express high water and midnight.] That they cause no inconvenience. The Pritchard residence, a fine large building, occupies a site on one side of the bay. A green lawn slopes off to the sea, and in front waves the English flag. Across the water the tricolor also and the stars and stripes distinguish the residences of the other consuls. What greatly added to the picturesqueness of the bay at this time was the condemned hull of a large ship, which at the farther end of the harbor lay bilged upon the beach, its stern settled low in the water, and the other end high and dry. From where we lay, the trees behind seemed to lock their leafy boughs over its bowsprit, which from its position looked nearly upright. She was an American whaler, a very old craft. Having sprung a leak at sea, she had made all sail for the island, to heave down for repairs. Found utterly unseaworthy, however, her oil was taken out and sent home in another vessel. The hull was then stripped and sold for a trifle. Before leaving Tahiti, I had the curiosity to go over this poor old ship, thus stranded on a strange shore. What were my emotions when I saw upon her stern the name of a small town on the river Hudson! She was from the noble stream on whose banks I was born, in whose waters I had 100 times bathed. In an instant, palm trees and elms, canoes and skiffs, church spires and bamboos, all mingled in one vision of the present and the past. But we must not leave little Jewel. At last the wishes of many were gratified, and like an aeronaut's grapnel, her rusty little anchor was caught in the coral groves at the bottom of Papeete Bay. This must have been more than 40 days after leaving the Marquesas. The sails were yet unfurled, when a boat came alongside with our esteemed friend Wilson, the consul. "How's this, Mr. German?" he began, looking very savage as he touched the deck. "What brings you in without orders?" "You did not come off to us as you promised, sir, and there was no hanging on longer with nobody to work the ship," was the blunt reply. "So the infernal scoundrels held out, did they? Very good. I'll make them sweat for it." And he eyed the scowling men with unwonted intrepidity. The truth was, he felt safer now than when outside the reef. "Muster the mutineers on the quarter-deck," he continued. "Drive them aft, sir, sick and well. I have a word to say to them." "Now, men," said he, "you think it's all well with you, I suppose. You wished the ship in, and here she is. Captain Guy's ashore, and you think you must go too. But we'll see about that. I'll miserably disappoint you." These last were his very words. "Mr. German, call off the names of those who did not refuse duty, and let them go over to the starboard side." This done, a list was made out of the "mutineers," as he was pleased to call the rest. Among these the doctor and myself were included, though the former stepped forward and boldly pleaded the office held by him when the vessel left Sydney. The mate also, who had always been friendly, stated the service rendered by myself 2 nights previous, as well as my conduct when he announced his intention to enter the harbor. For myself, I stoutly maintained that according to the tenor of the agreement made with Captain Guy, my time aboard the ship had expired, the cruise being virtually at an end, however it had been brought about, and I claimed my discharge. But Wilson would hear nothing. Marking something in my manner, nevertheless, he asked my name and country, and then observed with a sneer, "Ah, you are the lad, I see, that wrote the Round Robin. I'll take good care of you, my fine fellow. Step back, sir." As for poor Long Ghost, he denounced him as a Sydney Flashgorger, though what under heaven he meant by that euphonious title is more than I can tell. Upon this, the doctor gave him such a piece of his mind that the consul furiously commanded him to hold his peace, or he would instantly have him seized into the rigging and flogged. There was no help for either of us. We were judged by the company we kept. All were now sent forward, not a word being said as to what he intended doing with us. After a talk with the mate, the consul withdrew, going aboard the French frigate, which lay within a cable's length. We now suspected his object, and, since matters had come to this pass, were rejoiced at it. In a day or two the Frenchman was to sail for Valparaiso, the usual place of rendezvous for the English squadron in the Pacific; and doubtless Wilson meant to put us on board, and send us thither to be delivered up. Should our conjecture prove correct, all we had to expect, according to our most experienced shipmates, was the fag end of a cruise in one of Her Majesty's ships, and a discharge before long at Portsmouth. We now proceeded to put on all the clothes we could, frock over frock, and trousers over trousers, so as to be in readiness for removal at a moment's warning. Armed ships allow nothing superfluous to litter up the deck, and therefore, should we go aboard the frigate, our chests and their contents would have to be left behind. In an hour's time the first cutter of the Reine Blanche came alongside, manned by 18 or 20 sailors, armed with cutlasses and boarding pistols, the officers, of course, wearing their side-arms, and the consul in an official cocked hat, borrowed for the occasion. The boat was painted a pirate black, its crew were a dark, grim-looking set, and the officers uncommonly fierce-looking little Frenchmen. On the whole, they were calculated to intimidate, the consul's object, doubtless, in bringing them. Summoned aft again, every one's name was called separately, and being solemnly reminded that it was his last chance to escape punishment, was asked if he still refused duty. The response was instantaneous. "Aye, sir, I do." In some cases followed up by divers explanatory observations, cut short by Wilson's ordering the delinquent into the cutter. As a general thing, the order was promptly obeyed, some taking a sequence of hops, skips, and jumps by way of showing, not only their unimpaired activity of body, but their alacrity in complying with all reasonable requests. Having avowed their resolution not to pull another rope of the Julia's, even if at once restored to perfect health, all the invalids, with the exception of the 2 to be set ashore, accompanied us into the cutter. They were in high spirits, so much so that something was insinuated about their not having been quite as ill as pretended. The cooper's name was the last called. We did not hear what he answered, but he stayed behind. Nothing was done about the Mowry. Shoving clear from the ship, 3 loud cheers were raised, Flash Jack and others receiving a sharp reprimand for it from the consul. "Good-bye, little jewel," cried Navy Bob as we swept under the bows. "Don't fall overboard, Ropey," said another to the poor landlubber, who, with Wymontoo, the Dane, and others left behind, was looking over at us from the forecastle. "Give her 3 more," cried Salem, springing to his feet and whirling his hat round. "You sacre dam rascal," shouted the lieutenant of the party, bringing the flat of his sabre across his shoulders, "you now keepy still." The doctor and myself, more discreet, sat quietly in the bow of the cutter, and for my own part, though I did not repent what I had done, my reflections were far from being enviable. Chapter 28. Reception from the Frenchmen. In a few moments we were paraded in the frigate's gangway, the first lieutenant, an elderly, yellow-faced officer, in an ill-cut coat and tarnished gold lace, coming up and frowning upon us. This gentleman's head was a mere bald spot, his legs sticks. In short, his whole physical vigor seemed exhausted in the production of one enormous mustache. Old Gamboge, as he was forthwith christened, now received a paper from the consul, and, opening it, proceeded to compare the goods delivered with the invoice. After being thoroughly counted, a meek little midshipman was called, and we were soon after given in custody to half a dozen sailor soldiers, fellows with tarpaulins and muskets. Preceded by a pompous functionary, whom we took for one of the ship's corporals from his rattan and the gold lace on his sleeve, we were now escorted down the ladders to the berth deck. Here we were politely handcuffed all round, the man with the bamboo evincing the utmost solicitude in giving us a good fit from a large basket of the articles of assorted sizes. Taken by surprise at such an uncivil reception, a few of the party demurred, but all coyness was, at last, overcome, and finally our feet were inserted into heavy anklets of iron running along a great bar bolted down to the deck. After this, we considered ourselves permanently established in our new quarters. "The deuce take their old iron!" exclaimed the doctor. "If I'd known this, I'd stayed behind." "Ha, ha!" cried Flash Jack. "You're in for it, Dr. Longghost." "My hands and feet are, anyway," was the reply. They placed a sentry over us, a great lubber of a fellow, who marched up and down with a dilapidated old cutlass of most extraordinary dimensions. From its length, we had some idea that it was expressly intended to keep a crowd in order, reaching over the heads of half a dozen, say, so as to get a cut at somebody behind. "Mercy!" ejaculated the doctor with a shudder. "What a sensation it must be to be killed by such a tool!" We fasted till night, when one of the boys came along with a couple of kids containing a thin, saffron-colored fluid, with oily particles floating on top. The young wag told us this was soup. It turned out to be nothing more than an oleaginous warm water. Such as it was, nevertheless, we were fain to make a meal of it, our sentry being attentive enough to undo our bracelets. The kids passed from mouth to mouth and were soon emptied. The next morning, when the sentry's back was turned, someone, whom we took for an English sailor, tossed over a few oranges, the rinds of which we afterward used for cups. On the second day nothing happened worthy of record. On the third, we were amused by the following scene. A man, whom we supposed a boatswain's mate, from the silver whistle hanging from his neck, came below, driving before him a couple of blubbering boys, and followed by a whole troop of youngsters in tears. The pair, it seemed, were sent down to be punished by command of an officer. The rest had accompanied them out of sympathy. The boatswain's mate went to work without delay, seizing the poor little culprits by their loose frocks, and using a rattan without mercy. The other boys wept, clasped their hands, and fell on their knees. But in vain. The boatswain's mate only hit out at them, once in a while making them yell 10 times louder than ever. In the midst of the tumult, down comes a midshipman, who, with a great air, orders the man on deck, and running in among the boys, sets them to scampering in all directions. The whole of this proceeding was regarded with infinite scorn by Navy Bob, who, years before, had been captain of the foretop on board a line-of-battle ship. In his estimation, it was a lubberly piece of business throughout. They did things differently in the English Navy. End of chapters 27 and 28. Recording by Trisha G. Chapters 29 and 30 of Omoo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Omoo, a narrative of adventures in the South Seas by Herman Melville. Chapter 29. The Reine Blanche. I cannot forbear a brief reflection upon the scene ending the last chapter. The rattanning of the young culprits, although significant of the imperfect discipline of a French man of war, may also be considered as in some measure characteristic of the nation. In an American or English ship, a boy, when flogged, is either lashed to the breech of a gun, or brought right up to the gratings, the same way the men are. But as a general rule he is never punished beyond his strength. You seldom or never draw a cry from the young rogue. He bites his tongue, and stands up to it like a hero. If practicable, which is not always the case, he makes a point of smiling under the operation; and so far from his companions taking any compassion on him, they always make merry over his misfortunes. Should he turn baby and cry, they are pretty sure to give him afterwards a sly pounding in some dark corner. This tough training produces its legitimate results. [Footnote: I do not wish to be understood as applauding the flogging system practiced in men of war. As long, however, as navies are needed, there is no substitute for it. War being the greatest of evils, all its accessories necessarily partake of the same character; and this is about all that can be said in defense of flogging.] The boy becomes, in time, a thoroughbred tar, equally ready to strip and take a dozen on board his own ship, or, cutlass in hand, dash pell-mell on board the enemy's; whereas the young Frenchman, as all the world knows, makes but an indifferent seaman; and though, for the most part, he fights well enough, somehow or other he seldom fights well enough to beat. How few sea battles have the French ever won! But more, how few ships have they ever carried by the board, that true criterion of naval courage! But not a word against French bravery; there is plenty of it, but not of the right sort. A Yankee's, or an Englishman's, is the downright Waterloo game. The French fight better on land, and not being essentially a maritime people, they ought to stay there. The best of shipwrights, they are no sailors. And this carries me back to the Reine Blanche, as noble a specimen of what wood and iron can make as ever floated. She was a new ship; the present her maiden cruise. The greatest pains having been taken in her construction, she was accounted the crack craft in the French navy. She is one of the heavy 60-gun frigates now in vogue all over the world, and which we Yankees were the first to introduce. In action, these are the most murderous vessels ever launched. The model of the Reine Blanche has all that warlike comeliness only to be seen in a fine fighting ship. Still, there is a good deal of French flummery about her; brass plates and other gewgaws stuck on all over, like baubles on a handsome woman. Among other things, she carries a stern gallery resting on the uplifted hands of two caryatides larger than life. You step out upon this from the Commodore's cabin. To behold the rich hangings, and mirrors, and mahogany within, one is almost prepared to see a bevy of ladies trip forth on the balcony for an airing. But come to tread the gun-deck, and all thoughts like these are put to flight. Such batteries of thunderbolt hurlers! with a 68-pounder or two thrown in as make-weights. On the spar-deck also are carronades of enormous caliber. Recently built, this vessel, of course, had the benefit of the latest improvements. I was quite amazed to see on what high principles of art some exceedingly simple things were done. But your Gaul is scientific about everything; what other people accomplish by a few hard knocks, he delights in achieving by a complex arrangement of the pulley, lever, and screw. What demi-semi-quavers in a French air! In exchanging naval courtesies, I have known a French band play Yankee Doodle with such a string of variations that no one but a pretty cute Yankee could tell what they were at. In the French navy they have no marines. Their men, taking turns at carrying the musket, are sailors one moment and soldiers the next. A fellow running aloft in his line-frock today, tomorrow stands sentry at the admiral's cabin door. This is fatal to anything like proper sailor pride. To make a man a seaman, he should be put to no other duty. Indeed, a thorough tar is unfit for anything else. And what is more, this fact is the best evidence of his being a true sailor. On board the Reine Blanche they did not have enough to eat, and what they did have was not of the right sort. Instead of letting the sailors file their teeth against the rim of a hard sea biscuit, they baked their bread daily in pitiful little rolls. Then they had no grog. As a substitute, they drugged the poor fellows with a thin sour wine, the juice of a few grapes, perhaps, to a pint of the juice of water facets. Moreover, the sailors asked for meat, and they gave them soup, a rascally substitute, as they well knew. Ever since leaving home, they had been on short allowance. At the present time, those belonging to the boats, and thus getting an occasional opportunity to run ashore, frequently sold their rations of bread to some less fortunate shipmate for sixfold its real value. Another thing tending to promote dissatisfaction among the crew was, their having such a devil of a fellow for a captain. He was one of those horrid naval bores, a great disciplinarian. In port, he kept them constantly exercising yards and sails, and manoeuvring with the boats; and at sea, they were forever at quarters, running in and out the enormous guns, as if their arms were made for nothing else. Then there was the admiral aboard also, and, no doubt, he, too, had a paternal eye over them. In the ordinary routine of duty, we could not but be struck with the listless, slovenly behavior of these men. There was nothing of the national vivacity in their movements; nothing of the quick precision perceptible on the deck of a thoroughly disciplined armed vessel. All this, however, when we came to know the reason, was no matter of surprise. 3/4 of them were pressed men. Some old merchant sailors had been seized the very day they landed from distant voyages; while the landsmen, of whom there were many, had been driven down from the country in herds, and so sent to sea. At the time, I was quite amazed to hear of press gangs in a day of comparative peace; but the anomaly is accounted for by the fact that, of late, the French have been building up a great military marine, to take the place of that which Nelson gave to the waves of the sea at Trafalgar. But it is to be hoped that they are not building their ships for the people across the Channel to take. In case of a war, what a fluttering of French ensigns there would be! Though I say the French are no sailors, I am far from seeking to underrate them as a people. They are an ingenious and right gallant nation; and, as an American, I take pride in asserting it. Chapter 30. They Take Us Ashore. What Happened There. 5 days and nights, if I remember right, we were aboard the frigate. On the afternoon of the 5th, we were told that the next morning she sailed for Valparaiso. Rejoiced at this, we prayed for a speedy passage. But, as it turned out, the consul had no idea of letting us off so easily. To our no small surprise, an officer came along toward night, and ordered us out of irons. Being then mustered in the gangway, we were escorted into a cutter alongside, and pulled ashore. Accosted by Wilson as we struck the beach, he delivered us up to a numerous guard of natives, who at once conducted us to a house near by. Here we were made to sit down under a shade without, and the consul and 2 elderly European residents passed by us, and entered. After some delay, during which we were much diverted by the hilarious good nature of our guard, one of our number was called out for, followed by an order for him to enter the house alone. On returning a moment after, he told us we had little to encounter. It had simply been asked whether he still continued of the same mind. On replying yes, something was put down upon a piece of paper, and he was waved outside. All being summoned in rotation, my own turn came at last. Within, Wilson and his 2 friends were seated magisterially at a table, an inkstand, a pen, and a sheet of paper, lending quite a business-like air to the apartment. These 3 gentlemen, being arrayed in coats and pantaloons, looked respectable, at least in a country where complete suits of garments were so seldom met with. One present essayed a solemn aspect, but having a short neck and a full face, only made out to look stupid. It was this individual who condescended to take a paternal interest in myself. After declaring my resolution with respect to the ship unalterable, I was proceeding to withdraw, in compliance with a sign from the consul, when the stranger turned round to him, saying, "Wait a minute, if you please, Mr. Wilson. Let me talk to that youth. Come here, my young friend. I'm extremely sorry to see you associated with these bad men. Do you know what it will end in?" "Oh, that's the lad that wrote the Round Robin," interposed the consul. "He and that rascally doctor are at the bottom of the whole affair. Go outside, sir." I retired as from the presence of royalty, backing out with many bows. The evident prejudice of Wilson against both the doctor and myself was by no means inexplicable. A man of any education before the mast is always looked upon with dislike by his captain; and, never mind how peaceable he may be, should any disturbance arise, from his intellectual superiority he is deemed to exert an underhand influence against the officers. Little as I had seen of Captain Guy, the few glances cast upon me after being on board a week or so were sufficient to reveal his enmity, a feeling quickened by my undisguised companionship with Long Ghost, whom he both feared and cordially hated. Guy's relations with the consul readily explains the latter's hostility. The examination over, Wilson and his friends advanced to the doorway, when the former, assuming a severe expression, pronounced our perverseness infatuation in the extreme. Nor was there any hope left. Our last chance for pardon was gone. Even were we to become contrite, and crave permission to return to duty, it would not now be permitted. "Oh, get along with your gammon, counsellor!" exclaimed Black Dan, absolutely indignant that his understanding should be thus insulted. Quite enraged, Wilson bade him hold his peace, and then, summoning a fat old native to his side, addressed him in Tahitian, giving directions for leading us away to a place of safe keeping. Hereupon, being marshalled in order, with the old man at our head, we were put in motion, with loud shouts, along a fine pathway, running far on through wide groves of the cocoanut and breadfruit. The rest of our escort trotted on beside us in a high good humour, jabbering broken English, and in 100 ways giving us to understand that Wilson was no favourite of theirs, and that we were prime good fellows for holding out as we did. They seemed to know our whole history. The scenery around was delightful. The tropical day was fast drawing to a close, and from where we were, the sun looked like a vast red fire burning in the woodlands, its rays falling aslant through the endless ranks of trees, and every leaf fringed with flame. Escaped from the confined decks of the frigate, the air breathed spices to us. Streams were heard flowing; green boughs were rocking; and far inland, all sunset flushed, rose the still, steep peaks of the island. As we proceeded, I was more and more struck by the picturesqueness of the wide shaded road. In several places, durable bridges of wood were thrown over large watercourses; others were spanned by a single arch of stone. In any part of the road 3 horsemen might have ridden abreast. This beautiful avenue, by far the best thing which civilization has done for the island, is called by foreigners the Broom Road, though for what reason I do not know. Originally planned for the convenience of the missionaries journeying from one station to another, it almost completely encompasses the larger peninsula, skirting for a distance of at least 60 miles along the low, fertile lands bordering the sea. But on the side next Taiarboo, or the Lesser Peninsula, it sweeps through a narrow, secluded valley, and thus crosses the island in that direction. The uninhabited interior, being almost impenetrable from the densely wooded glens, frightful precipices, and sharp mountain ridges absolutely inaccessible, is but little known, even to the natives themselves. And so, instead of striking directly across from one village to another, they follow the Broom Road round and round. [Footnote: Concerning the singular ignorance of the natives respecting their own country, it may be here observed, that a considerable inland lake, Waiherea by name, is known to exist, although their accounts of it strangely vary. Some told me it had no bottom, no outlet, and no inlet; others, that it fed all the streams on the island. A sailor of my acquaintance said that he once visited this marvelous lake as one of an exploring party from an English sloop of war. It was found to be a great curiosity; very small, deep, and green; a choice well of water bottled up among the mountains, and abounding with delicious fish. It was by no means, however, altogether traveled on foot, horses being now quite plentiful. They were introduced from Chili; and, possessing all the gaiety, fleetness, and docility of the Spanish breed, are admirably adapted to the tastes of the higher classes, who as equestrians have become very expert. The missionaries and chiefs never think of journeying except in the saddle; and at all hours of the day you see the latter galloping along at full speed. Like the Sandwich Islanders, they ride like Pawnee Loups. For miles and miles I have traveled the Broom Road, and never wearied of the continual change of scenery. But wherever it leads you, whether through level woods, across grassy glens, or over hills waving with palms, the bright blue sea on one side, and the green mountain pinnacles on the other, are always in sight. End of chapters 29 and 30. Recording by Trisha G. Chapters 31 and 32 of Omoo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Omoo, a narrative of adventures in the South Seas, by Herman Melville. Chapter 31. The Calabooza Beretanee. About a mile from the village we came to a halt. It was a beautiful spot. A mountain stream here flowed at the foot of a verdant slope. On one hand, it murmured along until the waters, spreading themselves upon a beach of small, sparkling shells, trickled into the sea. On the other was a long defile, where the eye pursued a gleaming, sinuous thread, lost in shade and verdure. The ground next the road was walled in by a low, rude parapet of stones, and upon the summit of the slope beyond was a large native house, the thatch dazzling white, and in shape an oval. "Calabooza! Calabooza Beretanee!" the English jail, cried our conductor, pointing to the building. For a few months past, having been used by the consul as a place of confinement for his refractory sailors, it was thus styled to distinguish it from similar places in and about Papeetee. Though extremely romantic in appearance, on a near approach it proved but ill adapted to domestic comfort. In short, it was a mere shell, recently built, and still unfinished. It was open all round, and tufts of grass were growing here and there under the very roof. The only piece of furniture was the stocks, a clumsy machine for keeping people in one place, which, I believe, is pretty much out of date in most countries. It is still in use, however, among the Spaniards in South America, from whom, it seems, the Tahitians have borrowed the contrivance, as well as the name by which all places of confinement are known among them. The stocks were nothing more than two stout timbers about 20 feet in length, and precisely alike. One was placed edgeways on the ground, and the other resting on top, left, at regular intervals along the seam, several round holes, the object of which was evident at a glance. By this time our guide had informed us that he went by the name of Cap'n Bob, Captain Bob, and a hearty old Bob he proved. It was just the name for him. From the first, so pleased were we with the old man that we cheerfully acquiesced in his authority. Entering the building, he set us about fetching heaps of dry leaves to spread behind the stocks for a couch. A trunk of a small cocoa-nut tree was then placed for a bolster, rather a hard one, but the natives are used to it. For a pillow, they use a little billet of wood, scooped out, and standing on 4 short legs, a sort of head-stool. These arrangements completed, Captain Bob proceeded to hannapar or secure us for the night. The upper timber of the machine being lifted at one end, and our ankles placed in the semicircular spaces of the lower one, the other beam was then dropped, both being finally secured together by an old iron hoop at either extremity. This initiation was performed to the boisterous mirth of the natives, and diverted ourselves not a little. Captain Bob now bustled about like an old woman seeing the children to bed. A basket of baked taro or Indian turnip was brought in, and we were given a piece all round. Then a great counterpane of coarse brown tappa was stretched over the whole party, and after sundry injunctions to "moi moi" and be "mai tai," in other words, to go to sleep and be good boys, we were left to ourselves, fairly put to bed and tucked in. Much talk was now had concerning our prospects in life, but the doctor and I, who lay side by side, thinking the occasion better adapted to meditation, kept pretty silent, and before long the rest ceased conversing, and, wearied with loss of rest on board the frigate, were soon sound asleep. After sliding from one reverie into another, I started, and gave the doctor a pinch. He was dreaming, however, and, resolved to follow his example, I troubled him no more. How the rest managed I know not, but, for my own part, I found it very hard to get asleep. The consciousness of having one's foot pinned, and the impossibility of getting it anywhere else than just where it was most distressing. But this was not all. There was no way of lying but straight on your back, unless, to be sure, one's limb went round and round in the ankle like a swivel. Upon getting into a sort of doze, it was no wonder this uneasy posture gave me the nightmare. Under the delusion that I was about some gymnastics or other, I gave my unfortunate member such a twitch that I started up with the idea that someone was dragging the stocks away. Captain Bob and his friends lived in a little hamlet hard by, and when the morning showed in the east, the old gentleman came forth from that direction likewise, emerging from a grove, and saluting us loudly as he approached. Finding everybody awake, he set us at liberty, and, leading us down to the stream, ordered every man to strip and bathe. "All hands, my boy, Hannah, wash!" he cried. Bob was a linguist, and had been to sea in his day, as he many a time afterward told us. At this moment we were all alone with him, and it would have been the easiest thing in the world to have given him the slip. But he seemed to have no idea of such a thing, treating us so frankly and cordially, indeed, that even had we thought of running, we would have been ashamed of attempting it. He very well knew, nevertheless, as we ourselves were not slow in finding out, that, for various reasons, any attempt of the kind, without some previously arranged plan for leaving the island, would be certain to fail. As Bob was a rare one every way, I must give some account of him. There was a good deal of personal appearance about him. In short, he was a corpulent giant, over 6 feet in height, and literally as big round as a hogshead. The enormous bulk of some of the Tahitians has been frequently spoken of by voyagers. Beside being the English consul's jailer, as it were, he carried on a little Tahitian farming; that is to say, he owned several groves of the breadfruit and palm, and never hindered their growing. Close by was a taro patch of his, which he occasionally visited. Bob seldom disposed of the produce of his lands. It was all needed for domestic consumption. Indeed, for gormandizing, I would have matched him against any 3 common councilmen at a civic feast. A friend of Bob's told me, that, owing to his voraciousness, his visits to other parts of the island were much dreaded; for, according to Tahitian customs, hospitality without charge is enjoined upon every one, and though it is reciprocal in most cases, in Bob's it was almost out of the question. The damage done to a native larder in one of his morning calls was more than could be made good by his entertainers spending the holy days with him. The old man, as I have hinted, had, once upon a time, been a cruise or 2 in a whaling vessel, and therefore he prided himself upon his English. Having acquired what he knew of it in the forecastle, he talked little else than sailor phrases, which sounded whimsically enough. I asked him one day how old he was. "Olee!" he exclaimed, looking very profound in consequence of thoroughly understanding so subtle a question. "Oh, very oly, tousand ear, more, big man when Cap'n Tooty (Captain Cook) heavey in sight," in sea parlance came into view. This was a thing impossible, but adapting my discourse to the man, I rejoined, "Ah, you see Cap'n Tooty? Well, how you like him?" "Oh, he maitai (good), friend of me and know my wife." On my assuring him strongly that he could not have been born at the time, he explained himself by saying that he was speaking of his father all the while. This indeed might very well have been. It is a curious fact that all these people, young and old, will tell you that they have enjoyed the honor of a personal acquaintance with the great navigator, and if you listen to them, they will go on and tell anecdotes without end. This springs from nothing but their great desire to please, well knowing that a more agreeable topic for a white man could not be selected. As for the anachronism of the thing, they seem to have no idea of it. Days and years are all the same to them. After our sunrise bath, Bob once more placed us in the stocks, almost moved to tears at subjecting us to so great a hardship. But he could not treat us otherwise, he said, on pain of the consul's displeasure. How long we were to be confined he did not know, nor what was to be done with us in the end. As noon advanced, and no signs of a meal were visible, some one inquired whether we were to be boarded, as well as lodged, at the Hotel de Calabooza. "Vast heavy," a vast heaving, or wait a bit, said Bob. "Cow cow," food, "come ship by." And, sure enough, along comes Rope Yarn with a wooden bucket of the Julia's villainous biscuit. With a grin, he said it was a present from Wilson. It was all we were to get that day. A great cry was now raised, and well was it for the landlubber that he had a pair of legs and the men could not use theirs. One and all, we resolved not to touch the bread, come what come might, and so we told the natives. Being extravagantly fond of ship biscuit, the harder the better, they were quite overjoyed, and offered to give us every day a small quantity of baked breadfruit and an Indian turnip in exchange for the bread. This we agreed to, and every morning afterward, when the bucket came, its contents were at once handed over to Bob and his friends, who never ceased munching until nightfall. Our exceedingly frugal meal of breadfruit over, Captain Bob waddled up to us with a couple of long poles hooked on one end, and several large baskets of woven cocoanut branches. Not far off was an extensive grove of orange trees in full bearing, and myself and another were selected to go with him and gather a supply for the party. When we went in among the trees, the sumptuousness of the orchard was unlike anything I had ever seen, while the fragrance shaken from the gently waving boughs regaled our senses most delightfully. In many places the trees formed a dense shade, spreading overhead a dark rustling vault, groined with boughs, and studded here and there with the ripened spheres, like gilded balls. In several places the overladen branches were borne to the earth, hiding the trunk in a tent of foliage. Once fairly in the grove we could see nothing else. It was oranges all round. To preserve the fruit from bruising, Bob, hooking the twigs with his pole, let them fall into his basket. But this would not do for us. Seizing hold of a bough, we brought such a shower to the ground that our old friend was fain to run from under. Heedless of remonstrance, we then reclined in the shade, and feasted to our heart's content. Heaping up the baskets afterward, we returned to our comrades, by whom our arrival was hailed with loud plaudits; and in a marvelously short time nothing was left of the oranges we brought but the rinds. While inmates of the Calabooza, we had as much of the fruit as we wanted; and to this cause, and others that might be mentioned, may be ascribed the speedy restoration of our sick to comparative health. The orange of Tahiti is delicious, small and sweet, with a thin dry rind. Though now abounding, it was unknown before Cook's time, to whom the natives are indebted for so great a blessing. He likewise introduced several other kinds of fruit; among these were the fig, pineapple, and lemon, now seldom met with. The lime still grows, and some of the poorer natives express the juice to sell to the shipping. It is highly valued as an antiscorbutic. Nor was the variety of foreign fruits and vegetables which were introduced the only benefit conferred by the first visitors to the society group. Cattle and sheep were left at various places. More of them anon. Thus, after all that have of late years been done for these islanders, Cook and Vancouver may, in one sense at least, be considered their greatest benefactors. Chapter 32. Proceedings of the French at Tahiti. As I happened to arrive at the island at a very interesting period in its political affairs, it may be well to give some little account here of the proceedings of the French by way of episode to the narrative. My information was obtained at the time from the general reports then rife among the natives, as well as from what I learned upon a subsequent visit, and reliable accounts which I have seen since reaching home. It seems that for some time back the French had been making repeated ineffectual attempts to plant a Roman Catholic mission here; but, invariably treated with contumely, they sometimes met with open violence, and, in every case, those directly concerned in the enterprise were ultimately forced to depart. In one instance, 2 priests, Laval and Cassé, after enduring a series of persecutions, were set upon by the natives, maltreated, and finally carried aboard a small trading schooner, which eventually put them ashore at Wallis Island, a savage place, some 2,000 miles to the westward. Now, that the resident English missionaries authorized the banishment of these priests is a fact undenied by themselves. I was also repeatedly informed that by their inflammatory harangues they instigated the riots which preceded the sailings of the schooner. At all events, it is certain that their unbounded influence with the natives would easily have enabled them to prevent everything that took place on this occasion, had they felt so inclined. Melancholy as such an example of intolerance on the part of Protestant missionaries must appear, it is not the only one, and by no means the most flagrant, which might be presented. But I forbear to mention any others, since they have been more than hinted at by recent voyagers, and their repetition here would, perhaps, be attended with no good effect. Besides, the conduct of the Sandwich Island missionaries in particular has latterly much amended in this respect. The treatment of the 2 priests formed the principal ground, and the only justifiable one, upon which Du Petit Thouars demanded satisfaction, and which subsequently led to his seizure of the island. In addition to other things, he also charged that the flag of Merenhout, the consul, had been repeatedly insulted, and the property of a certain French resident violently appropriated by the government. In the latter instance, the natives were perfectly in the right. At that time, the law against the traffic in ardent spirits, every now and then suspended and revived, happened to be in force; and finding a large quantity on the premises of Victor, a low, knavish adventurer from Marseilles, the Tahitians pronounced it forfeit. For these, and similar alleged outrages, a large pecuniary restitution was demanded, $10,000, which there being no exchequer to supply, the island was forthwith seized, under cover of a mock treaty, dictated to the chiefs on the gun deck of Du Petit Thouars' frigate. But, notwithstanding this formality, there now seems little doubt that the downfall of the Pomarees was decided upon at the Tuileries. After establishing the protectorate so called, the rear admiral sailed, leaving Monsieur Bruat governor, assisted by Rhine and Carpagne, civilians, named members of the Council of Government, and Merenhout, the consul, now made commissioner royal. No soldiers, however, were landed, until several months afterward. As men, Rhine and Carpagne were not disliked by the natives, but Bruat and Merenhout they bitterly detested. In several interviews with the poor queen, the unfeeling governor sought to terrify her into compliance with his demands, clapping his hand upon his sword, shaking his fist in her face, and swearing violently. "Oh, king of a great nation," said Pomaree in her letter to Louis Philippe, "fetch away this man. I and my people cannot endure his evil doings. He is a shameless man." Although the excitement among the natives did not wholly subside upon the rear admiral's departure, no overt act of violence immediately followed. The queen had fled to Waimeo, and the dissensions among the chiefs, together with the ill-advised conduct of the missionaries, prevented a union upon some common plan of resistance. But the great body of the people, as well as their queen, confidently relied upon the speedy interposition of England, a nation bound to them by many ties, and which, more than once, had solemnly guaranteed their independence. As for the missionaries, they openly defied the French governor, childishly predicting fleets and armies from Britain. But what is the welfare of a spot like Tahiti to the mighty interests of France and England? There was a remonstrance on one side and a reply on the other, and there the matter rested. For once in their brawling lives, St. George and St. Denis were hand and glove, and they were not going to cross sabres about Tahiti. During my stay upon the island, so far as I could see, there was little to denote that any change had taken place in the government. Such laws as they had were administered the same as ever. The missionaries went about unmolested, and comparative tranquillity everywhere prevailed. Nevertheless, I sometimes heard the natives inveighing against the French, no favorites by the by throughout Polynesia, and bitterly regretting that the queen had not, at the outset, made a stand. In the house of the chief Adea, frequent discussions took place concerning the ability of the island to cope with the French. The number of fighting men and muskets among the natives were talked of, as well as the propriety of fortifying several heights overlooking Papeete. Imputing these symptoms to the mere resentment of a recent outrage, and not to any determined spirit of resistance, I little anticipated the gallant though useless warfare so soon to follow my departure. At a period subsequent to my first visit, the island, which before was divided into 19 districts, with a native chief over each, in capacity of governor and judge, was, by Bruat, divided into 4. Over these he set as many recreant chiefs, Kitoti, Tati, Utamai, and Paraita, to whom he paid $1,000 each, to secure their assistance in carrying out his evil designs. The first blood shed, in any regular conflict, was at Mahanar upon the peninsula of Taraibo. The fight originated in the seizure of a number of women from the shore, by men belonging to one of the French vessels of war. In this affair the islanders fought desperately, killing about 50 of the enemy and losing 90 of their own number. The French sailors and marines, who at the time were reported to be infuriated with liquor, gave no quarter, and the survivors only saved themselves by fleeing to the mountains. Subsequently, the battles of Hararparpai and Fararar were fought, in which the invaders met with indifferent success. Shortly after the engagement at Hararparpai, 3 Frenchmen were waylaid in a pass of the valleys and murdered by the incensed natives. One was Lafarve, a notorious scoundrel and a spy, whom Bruat had sent to conduct a certain Major Fergus, said to be a Pole, to the hiding place of 4 chiefs, whom the governor wished to seize and execute. This circumstance violently inflamed the hostility of both parties. About this time Kitotai, a depraved chief, and the pliant tool of Bruat, was induced by him to give a great feast in the Vale of Paree, to which all his countrymen were invited. The governor's object was to gain over all he could to his interests. He supplied an abundance of wine and brandy, and a scene of bestial intoxication was the natural consequence. Before it came to this, however, several speeches were made by the islanders. One of these, delivered by an aged warrior, who had formerly been at the head of the celebrated Ariorai Society, was characteristic. "This is a very good feast," said the reeling old man, "and the wine also is very good, but you evil-minded wee-wees (French) and you false-hearted men of Tahiti are all very bad." By the latest accounts, most of the islanders still refuse to submit to the French, and what turn events may hereafter take it is hard to predict. At any rate, these disorders must accelerate the final extinction of their race. Along with the few officers left by Du Petit Thouars were several French priests, for whose unobstructed exertions in the dissemination of their faith the strongest guarantees were provided by an article of the treaty. But no one was bound to offer them facilities, much less a luncheon, the first day they went ashore. True, they had plenty of gold, but to the natives it was anathema, taboo, and, for several hours and some odd minutes, they would not touch it. Emissaries of the Pope and the Devil, as the strangers were considered, the smell of sulphur hardly yet shaken out of their canonicals, what islander would venture to jeopardize his soul and call down a blight upon his breadfruit by holding any intercourse with them? That morning the priests actually picnicked in a grove of cocoanut trees, but, before night, Christian hospitality, in exchange for a commercial equivalent of hard dollars, was given them in an adjoining house. Wanting in civility, as the conduct of the English missionaries may be thought, in withholding a decent reception to these persons, the latter were certainly to blame in needlessly placing themselves in so unpleasant a predicament. Under far better auspices, they might have settled upon some one of the 1,000 unconverted isles of the Pacific, rather than have forced themselves thus upon a people already professedly Christians. End of chapters 31 and 32. Recording by Trisha G. Chapters 33 and 34 of Omoo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Omoo, a narrative of adventures in the South Seas, by Herman Melville. Chapter 33. We receive calls at the Hotel de Calabooza. Our place of confinement being open all round, and so near the Broom Road, of course we were in plain sight of everybody passing, and therefore we had no lack of visitors among such an idle, inquisitive set as the Tahitians. For a few days they were coming and going continually, while thus ignobly fast by the foot, we were fain to give passive audience. During this period we were the lions of the neighborhood, and no doubt strangers from the distant villages were taken to see the Karhowrees, white men, in the same way that countrymen in a city are gallanted to the zoological gardens. All this gave us a fine opportunity of making observations. I was painfully struck by the considerable number of sickly or deformed persons, undoubtedly made so by a virulent complaint, which, under native treatment, almost invariably affects, in the end, the muscles and bones of the body. In particular, there is a distortion of the back, most unsightly to behold, originating in a horrible form of the malady. Although this and other bodily afflictions were unknown before the discovery of the islands by the whites, there are several cases found of the fa-fa, or elephantiasis, a native disease, which seems to have prevailed among them from the earliest antiquity. Affecting the legs and feet alone, it swells them, in some instances, to the girth of a man's body, covering the skin with scales. It might be supposed that one thus afflicted would be incapable of walking; but, to all appearance, they seemed to be nearly as active as anybody, apparently suffering no pain, and bearing the calamity with a degree of cheerfulness truly marvelous. The fa-fa is very gradual in its approaches, and years elapse before the limb is full swollen. Its origin is ascribed by the natives to various causes, but the general impression seems to be that it arises in most cases from the eating of unripe breadfruit and Indian turnip. So far as I could find out, it is not hereditary. In no stage do they attempt a cure, the complaint being held incurable. Speaking of the fa-fa reminds me of a poor fellow, a sailor, whom I afterward saw at Rurutu, a lone island some 2 days' sail from Tahiti. The island is very small, and its inhabitants nearly extinct. We sent a boat off to see whether any yams were to be had, as formerly the yams of Rurutu were as famous among the islands round about as Sicily oranges in the Mediterranean. Going ashore, to my surprise, I was accosted, near a little shanty of a church, by a white man, who limped forth from a wretched hut. His hair and beard were unshorn, his face deadly pale and haggard, and one limb swelled with the fafa to an incredible bigness. This was the first instance of a foreigner suffering from it that I had ever seen or heard of, and the spectacle shocked me accordingly. He had been there for years. From the first symptoms, he could not believe his complaint to be what it really was, and trusted it would soon disappear. But when it became plain that his only chance for recovery was a speedy change of climate, no ship would receive him as a sailor. To think of being taken as a passenger was idle. This speaks little for the humanity of sea captains, but the truth is, that those in the Pacific have little enough of the virtue, and nowadays, when so many charitable appeals are made to them, they have become callous. I pitied the poor fellow from the bottom of my heart, but nothing could I do, as our captain was inexorable. "Why," said he, "here we are, started on a 6 months' cruise, I can't put back, and he is better off on the island than at sea. So on Rurutu he must die." And probably he did. I afterward heard of this melancholy object from 2 seamen. His attempts to leave were still unavailing, and his hard fate was fast closing in. Notwithstanding the physical degeneracy of the Tahitians as a people, among the chiefs, individuals of personable figures are still frequently met with, and occasionally majestic-looking men and diminutive women as lovely as the nymphs who, nearly a century ago, swam round the ships of Wallace. In these instances, Tahitian beauty is quite as seducing as it proved to the crew of the Bounty, the young girls being just such creatures as a poet would picture in the tropics, soft, plump, and dreamy-eyed. The natural complexion of both sexes is quite light, but the males appear much darker from their exposure to the sun. A dark complexion, however, in a man is highly esteemed, as indicating strength of both body and soul. Hence there is a saying of great antiquity among them, "If dark the cheek of the mother, the son will sound the war-conch; if strong her frame, he will give laws." With this idea of manliness, no wonder the Tahitians regard all pale and tepid-looking Europeans as weak and feminine, whereas a sailor, with a cheek like the breast of a roast turkey, is held a lad of brawn; to use their own phrase, a tatatona, or man of bones. Speaking of bones recalls an ugly custom of theirs, now obsolete, that of making fish-hooks and gimblets out of those of their enemies. This beats the Scandinavians turning people's skulls into cups and saucers. But to return to the Calabooza Beretanee. Immense was the interest we excited among the throngs that called there. They would stand talking about us by the hour, growing most unnecessarily excited, too, and dancing up and down with all the vivacity of their race. They invariably sided with us, flying out against the consul, and denouncing him as ita maitai nui, or very bad exceedingly. They must have borne him some grudge or other. Nor were the women, sweet souls, at all backward in visiting. Indeed, they manifested even more interest than the men, gazing at us with eyes full of 1,000 meanings, and conversing with marvelous rapidity. But alas! Inquisitive though they were, and, doubtless, taking some passing compassion on us, there was little real feeling in them after all, and still less sentimental sympathy. Many of them laughed outright at us, noting only what was ridiculous in our plight. I think it was the 2nd day of our confinement that a wild, beautiful girl burst into the Calabooza, and, throwing herself into an arch attitude, stood afar off and gazed at us. She was a heartless one. tickled to death with Black Dan's nursing his chafed ankle, and indulging in certain moral reflections on the consul and Captain Guy. After laughing her fill at him, she condescended to notice the rest, glancing from one to another, in the most methodical and provoking manner imaginable. Whenever anything struck her comically, you saw it like a flash, her finger levelled instantaneously, and, flinging herself back, she gave loose to strange, hollow little notes of laughter, that sounded like the bass of a music-box, playing a lively air with the lid down. Now, I know not that there was anything in my own appearance calculated to disarm ridicule, and indeed to have looked at all heroic under the circumstances would have been rather difficult. Still I could not but feel exceedingly annoyed at the prospect of being screamed at in turn by this mischievous young witch, even though she were but an islander. And, to tell a secret, her beauty had something to do with this sort of feeling, and, pinioned as I was, to a log, and clad most unbecomingly, I began to grow sentimental. Ere her glance fell upon me, I had, unconsciously, thrown myself into the most graceful attitude I could assume, leaned my head upon my hand, and summoned up as abstracted an expression as possible. Though my face was averted, I soon felt it flush, and knew that the glance was on me. Deeper and deeper grew the flush, and not a sound of laughter. Delicious thought! She was moved at the sight of me. I could stand it no longer, but started up. Lo, there she was, her great hazel eyes rounding and rounding in her head, like two stars, her whole frame in a merry quiver, and an expression about her mouth that was sudden and violent death to anything like sentiment. The next moment she spun around, and, bursting from peal to peal of laughter, went racing out of the calabusa, and in mercy to me never returned. Chapter 34. Life at the Calabuza. A few days passed, and, at last, our docility was rewarded by some indulgence on the part of Captain Bob. He allowed the whole party to be at large during the day, only enjoining upon us always to keep within hail. This, to be sure, was in positive disobedience to Wilson's orders, and so care had to be taken that he should not hear of it. There was little fear of the natives telling him, but strangers traveling the Broom Road might. By way of precaution, boys were stationed as scouts along the road. At sight of a white man, they sounded the alarm, when we all made for our respective holes, the stocks being purposely left open. The beam then descended, and we were prisoners. As soon as the traveler was out of sight, of course we were liberated. Notwithstanding the regular supply of food which we obtained from Captain Bob and his friends, it was so small that we often felt most intolerably hungry. We could not blame them for not bringing us more, for we soon became aware that they had to pinch themselves in order to give us what they did. Beside, they received nothing for their kindness but the daily bucket of bread. Among a people like the Tahitians, what we call hard times can only be experienced in a scarcity of edibles. Yet, so destitute are many of the common people, that this most distressing consequence of civilization may be said, with them, to be ever present. To be sure, the natives about the Calabusa had abundance of limes and oranges. But what were these good for, except to impart a still keener edge to appetites which there was so little else to gratify? During the height of the breadfruit season they fare better, but at other times the demands of the shipping exhaust the uncultivated resources of the island, and the lands being mostly owned by the chiefs, the inferior orders have to suffer for their cupidity. Deprived of their nets, many of them would starve. As Captain Bob insensibly remitted his watchfulness, and we began to stroll farther and farther from the Calabusa, we managed by a systematic foraging upon the country round about to make up for some of our deficiencies. And fortunate it was that the houses of the wealthier natives were just as open to us as those of the most destitute. We were treated as kindly in one as the other. Once in a while we came in at the death of a chief's pig, the noise of whose slaughtering was generally to be heard at a great distance. An occasion like this gathers the neighbors together, and they have a bit of a feast, where a stranger is always welcome. A good loud squeal, therefore, was music in our ears. It showed something going on in that direction. Breaking in upon the party tumultuously as we did, we always created a sensation. Sometimes we found the animal still alive and struggling, in which case it was generally dropped at our approach. To provide for these emergencies, Flash Jack generally repaired to the scene of operations with a sheath knife between his teeth and a club in his hand. Others were exceedingly officious in singeing off the bristles and disemboweling. Dr. Longghost and myself, however, never meddled with these preliminaries, but came to the feast itself with unimpaired energies. Like all lank men, my long friend had an appetite of his own. Others occasionally went about seeking what they might devour, but he was always on the alert. He had an ingenious way of obviating an inconvenience which we all experienced at times. The islanders seldom use salt with their food, so he begged Rope Yarn to bring him some from the ship, also a little pepper if he could, which accordingly was done. This he placed in a small leather wallet, a monkey bag, so called by sailors, usually worn as a purse about the neck. "In my poor opinion," said Longghost, as he tucked the wallet out of sight, "it behooves a stranger in Tahiti to have his knife in readiness, and his castor slung." End of chapters 33 and 34. Recording by Trisha G. Chapters 35 and 36 of Omoo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Omoo, a narrative of adventures in the South Seas, by Herman Melville. Chapter 35. Visit from an old acquaintance. We had not been many days ashore, when Dr. Johnson was espied coming along the Broom Road. We had heard that he meditated a visit, and suspected what he was after. Being upon the consul's hands, all our expenses were of course payable by him in his official capacity, and therefore, as a friend of Wilson, and sure of good pay, the shore doctor had some idea of allowing us to run up a bill with him. True, it was rather awkward to ask us to take medicines, which, on board the ship, he told us were not needed. However, he resolved to put a bold face on the matter, and give us a call. His approach was announced by one of the scouts, upon which someone suggested that we should let him enter, and then put him in the stocks. But Longghost proposed better sport. What it was, we shall presently see. Very bland and amiable, Dr. Johnson advanced, and, resting his cane on the stocks, glanced to the right and left as we lay before him. "Well, my lads," he began, "how do you find yourselves today?" Looking very demure, the men made some rejoinder, and he went on. "Those poor fellows I saw the other day, the sick I mean, how are they?" And he scrutinized the company. At last he singled out one who was assuming a most unearthly appearance, and remarked that he looked as if he were extremely ill. "Yes," said the sailor dolefully, "I'm afeard, doctor, I'll soon be losing the number of my mess," a sea phrase for departing this life, and he closed his eyes and moaned. "What does he say?" said Johnson, turning round eagerly. "Why," exclaimed Flash Jack, who volunteered as interpreter, "he means he's going to croak (die). "Croak! And what does that mean applied to a patient?" "Oh, I understand," said he, when the word was explained, and he stepped over the stocks and felt the man's pulse. "What's his name?" he asked, turning this time to Old Navy Bob. "We calls him Jingling Joe," replied that worthy. "Well then, men, you must take good care of poor Joseph, and I will send him a powder, which must be taken according to the directions. Some of you know how to read, I presume?" "That 'ere young cove does," replied Bob, pointing toward the place where I lay, as if he were directing attention to a sail at sea. After examining the rest, some of whom were really invalids, but convalescent, and others only pretending to be laboring under divers maladies, Johnson turned round and addressed the party. "Men," said he, "if any more of you are ailing, speak up and let me know. By order of the consul, I'm to call every day. So if any of you are at all sick, it's my duty to prescribe for you. This sudden change from ship fare to shore living plays the deuce with you sailors, so be cautious about eating fruit. Good day. I'll send you the medicines the first thing in the morning." Now I am inclined to suspect that with all his want of understanding, Johnson must have had some idea that we were quizzing him. Still, that was nothing, so long as it answered his purpose, and therefore, if he did see through us, he never showed it. Sure enough, at the time appointed, along came a native lad with a small basket of cocoanut stalks filled with powders, pill-boxes, and vials, each with names and directions written in a large, round hand. The sailors, one and all, made a snatch at the collection, under the strange impression that some of the vials were seasoned with spirits. But, asserting his privilege as physician to the first reading of the labels, Dr. Long-Ghost was at last permitted to take possession of the basket. The first thing lighted upon was a large vial, labeled, "For William, rub well in." This vial certainly had a spirituous smell, and upon handing it to the patient, he made a summary internal application of its contents. The doctor looked aghast. There was now a mighty commotion. Powders and pills were voted mere drugs in the market, and the holders of vials were pronounced lucky dogs. Johnson must have known enough of sailors to make some of his medicines palatable. This at least Long-Ghost suspected. Certain it was, every one took to the vials. If at all spicy, directions were unheeded, their contents all going one road. The largest one of all, quite a bottle indeed, and having a sort of burnt brandy odor, was labeled, "For Daniel, drink freely and until relieved." This Black Dan proceeded to do, and would have made an end of it at once, had not the bottle, after a hard struggle, been snatched from his hands and passed round like a jovial decanter. The old tar had complained of the effects of an immoderate eating of fruit. Upon calling the following morning, our physician found his precious row of patients reclining behind the stocks, and doing as well as could be expected. But the pills and powders were found to have been perfectly inactive, probably because none had been taken. To make them efficacious, it was suggested that, for the future, a bottle of Pisco should be sent along with them. According to Flash Jack's notions, unmitigated medical compounds were but dry stuff at the best, and needed something good to wash them down. Thus far, our own M.D., Dr. Long-Ghost, after starting the frolic, had taken no further part in it. But on the physician's third visit, he took him to one side, and had a private confabulation. What it was exactly we could not tell, but from certain illustrative signs and gestures, I fancied that he was describing the symptoms of some mysterious disorganization of the vitals, which must have come on within the hour. Assisted by his familiarity with medical terms, he seemed to produce a marked impression. At last, Johnson went his way, promising aloud that he would send Long-Ghost what he desired. When the medicine boy came along the following morning, the doctor was the first to accost him, walking off with a small purple vial. This time there was little else in the basket but a case bottle of the burnt brandy cordial, which, after much debate, was finally disposed of by someone pouring the contents, little by little, into the half of a cocoanut shell, and so giving all who desired a glass. No further medicinal cheer remaining, the men dispersed. An hour or two passed, when Flash Jack directed attention to my long friend, who, since the medicine boy left, had not been noticed till now. With eyes closed, he was lying behind the stocks, and Jack was lifting his arm and letting it fall as if life were extinct. On running up with the rest, I at once connected the phenomenon with the mysterious vial. Searching his pocket, I found it, and holding it up, it proved to be laudanum. Flash Jack, snatching it from my hand in a rapture, quickly informed all present what it was, and with much glee proposed a nap for the company. Some of them not comprehending him exactly, the apparently defunct Long Ghost, who lay so still that I a little suspected the genuineness of his sleep, was rolled about as an illustration of the virtues of the vial's contents. The idea tickled everybody mightily, and throwing themselves down, the magic draught was passed from hand to hand. Thinking that, as a matter of course, they must at once become insensible, each man, upon taking his sip, fell back and closed his eyes. There was little fear of the result, since the narcotic was equally distributed. But, curious to see how it would operate, I raised myself gently after a while and looked around. It was about noon and perfectly still, and as we all daily took the siesta, I was not much surprised to find everyone quiet. Still, in one or two instances, I thought I detected a little peeping. Presently I heard a footstep and saw Dr. Johnson approaching. And perplexed enough did he look at the sight of his prostrate file of patients, plunged apparently in such unaccountable slumbers. "Daniel!" he cried, at last, punching in the side with his cane the individual thus designated, "Daniel, my good fellow, get up, do you hear?" But Black Dan was immovable, and he poked the next sleeper. "Joseph, Joseph, come wake up, it's me, Dr. Johnson." But Jingling Joe, with mouth open and eyes shut, was not to be started. "Bless my soul!" he exclaimed, with uplifted hands and cane. "What's got into 'em? I say, men!" he shouted, running up and down. "Come to life, men! What under the sun's the matter with you?" And he struck the stocks and bawled with increased vigor. At last he paused, folded his hands over the head of his cane, and steadfastly gazed upon us. The notes of the nasal orchestra were rising and falling upon his ear, and a new idea suggested itself. "Yes, yes, the rascals must have been getting boozy. Well, it's none of my business. I'll be off." And off he went. No sooner was he out of sight than nearly all started to their feet, and a hearty laugh ensued. Like myself, most of them had been watching the event from under a sly eyelid. By this time, too, Dr. Long Ghost was as wide awake as anybody. What were his reasons for taking laudanum, if indeed he took any whatever, is best known to himself, and as it is neither mine nor the reader's business, we will say no more about it. Chapter 36. We are carried before the consul and captain. We had been inmates of the Calabooza Beretanee about 2 weeks, when one morning, Captain Bob, coming from the bath, in a state of utter nudity, brought into the building an armful of old tappa, and began to dress to go out. The operation was quite simple. The tappa, of the coarsest kind, was in one long heavy piece, and, fastening one end to a column of hibiscus wood, supporting the Calabooza, he went off a few paces, and putting the other about his waist, wound himself right up to the post. This unique costume, in rotundity something like a farthingale, added immensely to his large bulk, so much so that he fairly waddled in his gait. But he was only adhering to the fashion of his fathers, for in the olden time the kihee, or big girdle, was quite the mode for both sexes. Bob, despising recent innovations, still clung to it. He was a gentleman of the old school, one of the last of the kihees. He now told us that he had orders to take us before the consul. Nothing loath, we formed in procession, and, with the old man at our head, sighing and laboring like an engine, and flanked by a guard of some 20 natives, we started for the village. Arrived at the consular office, we found Wilson there, and 4 or 5 Europeans, seated in a row facing us, probably with the view of presenting as judicial an appearance as possible. On one side was a couch, where Captain Guy reclined. He looked convalescent, and, as we found out, intended soon to go aboard his ship. He said nothing, but left everything to the consul. The latter now rose, and drawing forth a paper from a large roll, tied with red tape, commenced reading aloud. It purported to be, "The affidavit of John Jermyn, first officer of the British colonial bark Julia, Guy, master," and proved to be a long statement of matters, from the time of leaving Sydney down to our arrival in the harbour. Though artfully drawn up, so as to bear hard against every one of us, it was pretty correct in its details, excepting that it was wholly silent as to the manifold derelictions of the mate himself, a fact which imparted unusual significance to the concluding sentence, "And furthermore this deponent saith not." No comments were made, although we all looked round for the mate, to see whether it was possible that he would have authorized this use of his name, but he was not present. The next document produced was the deposition of the captain himself. As on all other occasions, however, he had very little to say for himself, and it was soon set aside. The third affidavit was that of the seamen remaining aboard the vessel, including the trader Bungs, who, it seemed, had turned ship's evidence. It was an atrocious piece of exaggeration from beginning to end, and those who signed it could not have known what they were about. Certainly Wymontoo did not, though his mark was there. In vain the consul commanded silence during the reading of this paper. Comments were shouted out upon every paragraph. The affidavits read, Wilson, who, all the while, looked as stiff as a poker, solemnly drew forth the ship's articles from their tin case. This document was a discolored, musty, bilious-looking affair, and hard to read. When finished, the consul held it up, and, pointing to the marks of the ship's company, at the bottom, asked us one by one whether we acknowledged the same for our own. "What's the use of asking that?" said Black Dan. "Captain Guy there knows as well as we they are." "Silence, sir," said Wilson, who, intending to produce a suitable impression by this ridiculous parade, was not a little mortified by the old sailor's bluntness. A pause of a few moments now ensued, during which the bench of judges communed with Captain Guy in a low tone, and the sailors canvassed the motives of the consul in having the affidavits taken. The general idea seemed to be, that it was done with a view of bouncing or frightening us into submission. Such proved to be the case, for Wilson, rising to his feet again, addressed us as follows. "You see, men, that every preparation has been made to send you to Sydney for trial. The Rosa, a small Australian schooner, lying in the harbour, will sail for that place in the course of 10 days at farthest. The Julia sails on a cruise this day week. Do you still refuse duty?" We did. Hereupon the consul and captain exchanged glances, and the latter looked bitterly disappointed. Presently I noticed Guy's eye upon me, and for the first time he spoke, and told me to come near. I stepped forward. "Was it not you that was taken off the island?" "It was." "It was you, then, who owe your life to my humanity. Yet this is the gratitude of a sailor, Mr. Wilson." "Not so, sir," and I at once gave him to understand that I was perfectly acquainted with his motives in sending a boat into the bay. His crew was reduced, and he merely wished to procure the sailor whom he expected to find there. The ship was the means of my deliverance, and no thanks to the benevolence of its captain. Dr. Longghost, too, had a word to say. In 2 masterly sentences he summed up Captain Guy's character to the complete satisfaction of every seaman present. Matters were now growing serious, especially as the sailors became riotous, and talked about taking the consul and the captain back to the Calabooza with them. The other judges fidgeted, and loudly commanded silence. It was at length restored, when Wilson, for the last time addressing us, said something more about the Rosa and Sydney, and concluded by reminding us that a week would elapse ere the Julia sailed. Leaving these hints to operate for themselves, he dismissed the party, ordering Captain Bob and his friends to escort us back whence we came. End of chapters 35 and 36. Recording by Trisha G. Chapter 37 and 38 of Omoo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Omoo, a narrative of adventures in the South Seas by Herman Melville. Chapter 37. The French Priests Pay Their Respects. A day or two after the events just related, we were lounging in the Calabooza Beretanee when we were honored by a visit from 3 of the French priests, and as about the only notice ever taken of us by the English missionaries was their leaving their cards for us in the shape of a package of tracts, we could not help thinking that the Frenchmen, in making a personal call, were at least much better bred. By this time they had settled themselves down quite near our habitation. A pleasant little stroll down the Broom Road, and a rustic cross peeped through the trees; and soon you came to as charming a place as one would wish to see. A soft knoll planted with old breadfruit trees, in front a savanna sloping to a grove of palms, and between these glimpses of blue sunny waves. On the summit of the knoll was a rude chapel of bamboos, quite small and surmounted by the cross. Between the canes, at nightfall, the natives stole peeps at a small portable altar, a crucifix to correspond, and gilded candlesticks and censers. Their curiosity carried them no farther. Nothing could induce them to worship there. Such queer ideas as they entertained of the hated strangers! Masses and chants were nothing more than evil spells. As for the priests themselves, they were no better than diabolical sorcerers, like those who, in old times, terrified their fathers. Close by the chapel was a range of native houses, rented from a chief and handsomely furnished. Here lived the priests, and very comfortably too. They looked sanctimonious enough abroad, but that went for nothing, since at home in their retreat they were a club of Friar Tucks, holding priestly wassail over many a good cup of red brandy, and rising late in the morning. Pity it was they couldn't marry. Pity for the ladies of the island, I mean, and the cause of morality; for what business had the ecclesiastical old bachelors with such a set of trim little native handmaidens? These damsels were their first converts, and devoted ones they were. The priests, as I said before, were accounted necromancers. The appearance of 2 of our 3 visitors might have justified the conceit. They were little, dried-up Frenchmen, in long, straight gowns of black cloth, and unsightly 3-cornered hats, so preposterously big that, in putting them on, the reverend fathers seemed extinguishing themselves. Their companion was dressed differently. He wore a sort of yellow flannel morning gown, and a broad-rimmed manila hat. Large and portly, he was also hale and 50, with a complexion like an autumnal leaf, handsome blue eyes, fine teeth, and a racy Milesian brogue. In short, he was an Irishman, Father Murphy by name, and, as such, pretty well known and very thoroughly disliked throughout all the Protestant missionary settlements in Polynesia. In early youth he had been sent to a religious seminary in France, and, taking orders there, had but once or twice afterward revisited his native land. Father Murphy marched up to us briskly, and the first words he uttered were, to ask whether there were any of his countrymen among us. There were 2 of them, one a lad of 16, a bright curly-headed rascal, and, being a young Irishman, of course his name was Pat. The other was an ugly and rather melancholy-looking scamp, one Magee, whose prospects in life had been blasted by a premature transportation to Sydney. This was the report, at least, though it might have been scandal. In most of my shipmates were some redeeming qualities, but about Magee there was nothing of the kind, and, forced to consort with him, I could not help regretting, 1,000 times, that the gallows had been so tardy. As if impelled, against her will, to send him into the world, Nature had done all she could to ensure his being taken for what he was. About the eyes there was no mistaking him. With a villainous cast in one, they seemed suspicious of each other. Glancing away from him at once, the bluff priest rested his gaze on the good-humored face of Pat, who, with a pleasant roguishness, was twigging the enormous hats, or Haiti Belteezers, as island beavers were called by sailors, from under which, like a couple of snails, peeped the two little Frenchmen. Pat and the priest were both from the same town in Meath, and, when this was found out, there was no end to the questions of the latter. To him, Pat seemed a letter from home, and said 100 times as much. After a long talk between these two, and a little broken English from the Frenchmen, our visitors took leave, but Father Murphy had hardly gone a dozen rods, when back he came, inquiring whether we were in want of anything. "Yes," cried one, "something to eat." Upon this, he promised to send us some fresh wheat bread of his own baking, a great luxury in Tahiti. We all felicitated Pat upon picking up such a friend, and told him his fortune was made. The next morning, a French servant of the priest's made his appearance, with a small bundle of clothing for our young Hibernian, and the promised bread for the party. Pat, being out at the knees and elbows, and, like the rest of us, not full inside, the present was acceptable all round. In the afternoon, Father Murphy himself came along, and, in addition to his previous gifts, gave Pat a good deal of advice, said he was sorry to see him in limbo, and that he would have a talk with the consul about having him set free. We saw nothing more of him for 2 or 3 days, at the end of which time he paid us another call, telling Pat that Wilson was inexorable, having refused to set him at liberty, unless to go aboard the ship. This the priest now besought him to do forthwith, and to escape the punishment which, it seems, Wilson had been hinting at to his intercessor. Pat, however, was staunch against entreaties, and, with all the ardor of a Sophomorean sailor, protested his intention to hold out to the last. With none of the meekness of a good little boy about him, the blunt youngster stormed away at such a rate that it was hard to pacify him, and the priest said no more. How it came to pass, whether from Murphy's speaking to the consul or otherwise, we could not tell, but the next day Pat was sent for by Wilson, and being escorted to the village by our good old keeper, 3 days elapsed before he returned. Bent upon reclaiming him, they had taken him on board the ship, feasted him in the cabin, and, finding that of no avail, down they thrust him into the hold in double irons and on bread and water. All would not do, and so he was sent back to the Calabooza. Boy that he was, they must have counted upon his being more susceptible to discipline than the rest. The interest felt in Pat's welfare by his benevolent countryman was very serviceable to the rest of us, especially as we all turned Catholics and went to mass every morning, much to Captain Bob's consternation. Upon finding it out, he threatened to keep us in the stocks if we did not desist. He went no farther than this, though, and so, every few days, we strolled down to the priest's residence, and had a mouthful to eat and something generous to drink. In particular, Dr. Longghost and myself became huge favorites with Pat's friend, and many a time he regaled us from a quaint-looking traveling case for spirits, stowed away in one corner of his dwelling. It held 4 square flasks, which, somehow or other, always contained just enough to need emptying. In truth, the fine old Irishman was a rosy fellow in canonicals. His countenance and his soul were always in a glow. It may be ungenerous to reveal his failings, but he often talked thick, and sometimes was perceptibly eccentric in his gait. I never drink French brandy, but I pledge Father Murphy. His health again, and many jolly proselytes may he make in Polynesia. Chapter 38. Little Jule sails without us. To make good the hint thrown out by the consul upon the conclusion of the farce of the affidavits, we were again brought before him within the time specified. It was the same thing over again. He got nothing out of us, and we were remanded, our resolute behavior annoying him prodigiously. What we observed led us to form the idea that on first learning the state of affairs on board the Julia, Wilson must have addressed his invalid friend, the captain, something in the following style: "Guy, my poor fellow, don't worry yourself now about those rascally sailors of yours. I'll dress them out for you. Just leave it all to me, and set your mind at rest." But handcuffs and stocks, big looks, threats, dark hints, and dispositions had all gone for naught. Conscious that, as matters now stood, nothing serious could grow out of what had happened, and never dreaming that our being sent home for trial had ever been really thought of, we thoroughly understood Wilson, and laughed at him accordingly. Since leaving the Julia, we had caught no glimpse of the mate, but we often heard of him. It seemed that he remained on board, keeping house in the cabin for himself and Viner, who, going to see him according to promise, was induced to remain a guest. These two cronies now had fine times, tapping the captain's quarter-casks, playing cards on the transom, and giving balls of an evening to the ladies ashore. In short, they cut up so many queer capers that the missionaries complained of them to the consul, and Jermin received a sharp reprimand. This so affected him that he drank still more freely than before, and one afternoon, when mellow as a grape, he took umbrage at a canoe full of natives, who, on being hailed from the deck to come aboard and show their papers, got frightened and paddled for the shore. Lowering a boat instantly, he equipped Wymontoo and the Dane with a cutlass apiece, and seizing another himself, off they started in pursuit, the ship's ensign flying in the boat's stern. The alarmed islanders, beaching their canoe, with loud cries fled through the village, the mate after them, slashing his naked weapon to right and left. A crowd soon collected, and the Karhowree Toonie, or crazy stranger, was quickly taken before Wilson. Now it so chanced that in a native house hard by, the consul and Captain Guy were having a quiet game at cribbage by themselves, a decanter on the table standing sentry. The obstreperous German was brought in, and finding the two thus pleasantly occupied, it had a soothing effect upon him, and he insisted upon taking a hand at the cards and a drink of the brandy. As the consul was nearly as tipsy as himself, and the captain dared not object for fear of giving offense, at it they went, all three of them, and made a night of it. The mate's delinquencies being summarily passed over, and his captors sent away. An incident worth relating grew out of this freak. There wandered about Papeetee at this time a shriveled little fright of an English woman, known among sailors as Old Mother Tot. From New Zealand to the Sandwich Islands, she had been all over the South Seas, keeping a rude hut of entertainment for mariners, and supplying them with rum and dice. Upon the missionary islands, of course, such conduct was severely punishable, and at various places Mother Tot's establishment had been shut up, and its proprietor made to quit in the first vessel that could be hired to land her elsewhere. But, with a perseverance invincible, wherever she went, she always started afresh, and so became notorious everywhere. By some wicked spell of hers, a patient, one-eyed little cobbler followed her about, mending shoes for white men, doing the old woman's cooking, and bearing all her abuse without grumbling. Strange to relate, a battered Bible was seldom out of his sight, and whenever he had leisure, and his mistress's back was turned, he was forever poring over it. This pious propensity used to enrage the old crone past belief, and oftentimes she boxed his ears with the book, and tried to burn it. Mother Tot and her man Josie were, indeed, a curious pair. But to my story. A week or so after our arrival in the harbor, the old lady had once again been hunted down and forced for a time to abandon her nefarious calling. This was brought about chiefly by Wilson, who, for some reason unknown, had contracted the most violent hatred for her, which on her part was more than reciprocated. Well, passing in the evening, where the consul and his party were making merry, she peeped through the bamboos of the house, and straightway resolved to gratify her spite. The night was very dark, and providing herself with a huge ship's lantern, which usually swung in her hut, she waited till they came forth. This happened about midnight, Wilson masking his appearance, supported by two natives holding him up by his arms. These three went first, and just as they got under a deep shade, a bright light was thrust within an inch of Wilson's nose. The old hag was kneeling before him, holding the lantern with uplifted hands. "Ha, ha, my fine counselor!" she shrieked. "Ye persecute a lone old body like me for selling rum, do ye? And here ye are, carried home drunk. Hoot, ye villain, I scorn ye!" And she spat upon him. Terrified at the apparition, the poor natives, arrant believers in ghosts, dropped the trembling consul, and fled in all directions. After giving full vent to her rage, Mother Tot hobbled away, and left the three revellers to stagger home the best way they could. The day following our last interview with Wilson, we learned that Captain Guy had gone on board his vessel for the purpose of shipping a new crew. There was a round bounty offered, and a heavy bag of Spanish dollars, with the Julia's articles ready for signing, were laid upon the capstan head. Now there was no lack of idle sailors ashore, mostly beachcombers, who had formed themselves into an organized gang, headed by one Mac, a Scotchman, whom they styled the Commodore. By the laws of the fraternity, no member was allowed to ship on board a vessel, unless granted permission by the rest. In this way the gang controlled the port, all discharged seamen being forced to join them. To Mac and his men our story was well known. Indeed, they had several times called to see us, and of course, as sailors and congenial spirits, they were hard against Captain Guy. Deeming the matter important, they came in a body to the Calabooza, and wished to know whether, all things considered, we thought it best for any of them to join the Julia. Anxious to pack the ship off as soon as possible, we answered, by all means. Some went so far as to laud the Julia to the skies, as the best and fastest of ships. Jermin, too, as a good fellow and a sailor every inch, came in for his share of praise. And as for the captain, quiet man, he would never trouble any one. In short, every inducement we could think of was presented, and Flash Jack ended by assuring the beachcombers solemnly that now we were all well and hearty, nothing but a regard to principle prevented us from returning on board ourselves. The result was that a new crew was finally obtained, together with a steady New Englander for second mate, and 3 good whalemen for harpooneers. In part, what was wanting for the ship's larder was also supplied, and as far as could be done in a place like Tahiti, the damages the vessel had sustained were repaired. As for the Maori, the authorities refusing to let him be put ashore, he was carried to sea in irons, down in the hold. What eventually became of him we never heard. Ropey, poor Ropey, who a few days previous had fallen sick, was left ashore at the Sailor Hospital at Taunor, a small place upon the beach between Papeete and Matavai. Here, some time after, he breathed his last. No one knew his complaint. He must have died of hard times. Several of us saw him interred in the sand, and I planted a rude post to mark his resting place. The cooper and the rest who had remained aboard from the first, of course, comprised part of the Julia's new crew. To account for the conduct all along of the consul and captain in trying so hard to alter our purpose with respect to the ship, the following statement is all that is requisite. Beside an advance of from $15 to $25 demanded by every sailor shipping at Tahiti, an additional sum for each man so shipped was to be paid into the hands of the government as a charge of the port. Beside this, the men, with here and there an exception, will only ship for one cruise, thus becoming entitled to a discharge before the vessel reaches home, which, in time, creates the necessity of obtaining other men at a similar cost. Now, the Julia's exchequer was at low water mark, or rather it was quite empty, and to meet these expenses, a good part of what little oil there was aboard had to be sold for a song to a merchant of Papeete. It was Sunday in Tahiti, and a glorious morning, when Captain Bob, waddling into the Calabooza, startled us all by announcing, "Ah, my boy, shippy you haree, makee sail." In other words, the Julia was off. The beach was quite near, and in this quarter altogether uninhabited. So down we ran, and at a cable's length saw little Jule gliding past, top-gallant sails hoisting, and a boy aloft with one leg thrown over the yard, loosing the fore royal. The decks were all life and commotion, the sailors on the forecastle singing, "Ho, cheerly men," as they catted the anchor, and the gallant German, bareheaded as his wont, standing up in the bowsprit, and issuing his orders. By the man at the helm stood Captain Guy, very quiet and gentlemanly, and smoking a cigar. Soon the ship drew near the reef, and altering her course, glided out through the break, and went on her way. Thus disappeared little Jule, about 3 weeks after entering the harbor, and nothing more have I ever heard of her. End of chapters 37 and 38. Recording by Trisha G. Chapters 39 and 40 of Omoo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Omoo, a narrative of adventures in the South Seas, by Herman Melville. Chapter 39. German serves us a good turn. Friendships in Polynesia. The ship out of the way, we were quite anxious to know what was going to be done with us. On this head, Captain Bob could tell us nothing; no further, at least, than that he still considered himself responsible for our safe keeping. However, he never put us to bed any more, and we had everything our own way. The day after the Julia left, the old man came up to us in great tribulation, saying that the bucket of bread was no longer forthcoming, and that Wilson had refused to send anything in its place. One and all, we took this for a hint to disperse quietly, and go about our business. Nevertheless, we were not to be shaken off so easily, and taking a malicious pleasure in annoying our old enemy, we resolved, for the present, to stay where we were. For the part he had been acting, we learned that the consul was the laughing-stock of all the foreigners ashore, who frequently twitted him upon his hopeful protégés of the Calabooza Beretanee. As we were wholly without resources, so long as we remained on the island, no better place than Captain Bob's could be selected for an abiding-place. Beside, we heartily loved the old gentleman, and could not think of leaving him. So, telling him to be quite at ease on the score of our clothing and food, we resolved, by extending and systematizing our foraging operations, to provide for ourselves. We were greatly assisted by a parting legacy of Germans. To him we were indebted for having all our chests sent ashore, and everything left therein. They were placed in the custody of a petty chief living near by, who was instructed by the consul not to allow them to be taken away; but we might call and make our toilets whenever we pleased. We went to see Mahine, the old chief; Captain Bob going along, and stoutly insisting upon having the chattels delivered up. At last this was done, and in solemn procession the chests were borne by the natives to the Calabooza. Here we disposed them about quite tastefully, and made such a figure that in the eyes of old Bob and his friends the Calabooza Beretanee was by far the most sumptuously furnished saloon in Tahiti. Indeed, so long as it remained thus furnished, the native courts of the district were held there, the judge, Mahine, and his associates, sitting upon one of the chests, and the culprits and spectators thrown at full length upon the ground, both inside of the building and under the shade of the trees without, while leaning over the stocks, as from a gallery, the worshipful crew of the Julia looked on, and canvassed the proceedings. I should have mentioned before, that previous to the vessel's departure, the men had bartered away all the clothing they could possibly spare, but now it was resolved to be more provident. The contents of the chests were of the most miscellaneous description. sewing utensils, marling spikes, strips of calico, bits of rope, jackknives, nearly everything in short that a seaman could think of. But of wearing apparel there was little but old frocks, remnants of jackets, and legs of trousers, with now and then the foot of a stocking. These, however, were far from being valueless; for, among the poor Tahitians, everything European is highly esteemed. They come from Beretani Fenua Parari, Britain, land of wonders, and that is enough. The chests themselves were deemed exceedingly precious, especially those with unfractured locks, which would absolutely click, and enable the owner to walk off with the key. Scars, however, and bruises were considered great blemishes. One old fellow, smitten with the doctor's large mahogany chest (a well-filled one, by the way), and finding infinite satisfaction in merely sitting thereon, was detected in the act of applying a healing ointment to a shocking scratch which impaired the beauty of the lid. There is no telling the love of a Tahitian for a sailor's trunk. So ornamental is it held as an article of furniture in his hut, that the women are incessantly tormenting their husbands to bestir themselves and make them a present of one. When obtained, no pier table just placed in a drawing-room is regarded with half the delight. For these reasons, then, our coming into possession of our estate at this time was an important event. The islanders are much like the rest of the world, and the news of our good fortune brought us troops of "tayos," or friends, eager to form an alliance after the national custom, and do our slightest bidding. The really curious way in which all the Polynesians are in the habit of making bosom friends at the shortest possible notice is deserving of remark; although, among a people like the Tahitians, vitiated as they are by sophisticating influences, this custom has in most cases degenerated into a mere mercenary relation, it nevertheless had its origin in a fine, and in some instances heroic sentiment, formerly entertained by their fathers. In the annals of the island are examples of extravagant friendships, unsurpassed by the story of Damon and Pythias; in truth, much more wonderful; for, notwithstanding the devotion, even of life in some cases, to which they led, they were frequently entertained at first sight for some stranger from another island. Filled with love and admiration for the first whites who came among them, the Polynesians could not testify the warmth of their emotions more strongly than by instantaneously making their abrupt proffer of friendship. Hence, in old voyages, we read of chiefs coming off from the shore in their canoes, and going through with strange antics expressive of this desire. In the same way, their inferiors accosted the seamen; and thus the practice has continued in some islands down to the present day. There is a small place, not many days' sail from Tahiti, and seldom visited by shipping, where the vessel touched to which I then happened to belong. Of course, among the simple-hearted natives, we had a friend all round. Mine was Pokey, a handsome youth, who never could do enough for me. Every morning at sunrise, his canoe came alongside loaded with fruits of all kinds. Upon being emptied, it was secured by a line to the bowsprit, under which it lay all day long, ready for any time to carry its owner ashore on an errand. Seeing him so indefatigable, I told Pokey one day that I was a virtuoso in shells and curiosities of all kinds. That was enough. Away he paddled for the head of the bay, and I never saw him again for 24 hours. The next morning, his canoe came gliding slowly along the shore, with the full-leaved bough of a tree for a sail. For the purpose of keeping the things dry, he had also built a sort of platform just beyond the prow, railed in with green wicker-work; and here was a heap of yellow bananas and cowrie shells, young cocoanuts and antlers of red coral, 2 or 3 pieces of carved wood, a little pocket idol, black as jet, and rolls of printed tappa. We were given a holy day, and upon going ashore, Pokey, of course, was my companion and guide. For this no mortal could be better qualified. His native country was not large, and he knew every inch of it. Gallanting me about, everyone was stopped and ceremoniously introduced to Poki's Taiokahauri Nui, or his particular white friend. He showed me all the lions; but more than all, he took me to see a charming lioness, a young damsel, the daughter of a chief, the reputation of whose charms had spread to the neighbouring islands, and even brought suitors therefrom. Among these was Tooboi, the heir of Tamatoi, king of Raiatea, one of the Society Isles. The girl was certainly fair to look upon. Many heavens were in her sunny eyes, and the outline of that arm of hers, peeping forth from a capricious tappa robe, was the very curve of beauty. Though there was no end to Poki's attentions, not a syllable did he ever breathe of reward; but sometimes he looked very knowing. At last the day came for sailing, and with it also his canoe, loaded down to the gunwale with a sea stock of fruits. Giving him all I could spare from my chest, I went on deck to take my place at the windlass, for the anchor was weighing. Poky followed, and heaved with me at the same handspike. The anchor was soon up, and away we went out of the bay with more than 20 shallops towing astern. At last they left us; but long as I could see him at all, there was Poky, standing alone and motionless in the bow of his canoe. Part 2. Chapter 40. We take unto ourselves friends. The arrival of the chests made my friend, the doctor, by far the wealthiest man of the party. So much the better for me, seeing that I had little or nothing myself, though from our intimacy the natives courted my favour almost as much as his. Among others, Kooloo was a candidate for my friendship; and being a comely youth, quite a buck in his way, I accepted his overtures. By this, I escaped the importunities of the rest; for be it known, that, though little inclined to jealousy in love matters, the Tahitian will hear of no rivals in his friendship. Kooloo, running over his qualifications as a friend, first of all informed me that he was a Mikonaree, thus declaring his communion with the church. The way this tayo of mine expressed his regard was by assuring me over and over again that the love he bore me was nui nui nui, or infinitesimally extensive. All over these seas the word nui is significant of quantity. Its repetition is like placing ciphers at the right hand of a numeral; the more places you carry it out to, the greater the sum. Judge, then, of Kooloo's esteem. Nor is the allusion to the ciphers at all inappropriate, seeing that, in themselves, Kooloo's professions turned out to be worthless. He was, alas! as sounding brass and a tinkling cymbal; one of those who make no music unless the clapper be silver. In the course of a few days, the sailors, like the doctor and myself, were cajoled out of everything, and our tayos, all round, began to cool off quite sensibly. So remiss did they become in their attentions, that we could no longer rely upon their bringing us the daily supply of food, which all of them had faithfully promised. As for Kooloo, after sponging me well, he one morning played the part of a retrograde lover, informing me that his affections had undergone a change. He had fallen in love at first sight with a smart sailor who had just stepped ashore quite flush from a lucky whaling cruise. It was a touching interview, and with it our connection dissolved. But the sadness which ensued would soon have been dissipated, had not my sensibilities been wounded by his indelicately sporting some of my gifts very soon after this transfer of his affections. Hardly a day passed that I did not meet him on the Broom Road, airing himself in a regatta shirt, which I had given him in happier hours. He went by with such an easy saunter too, looking me pleasantly in the eye, and merely exchanging the cold salute of the road, "Yar onor, boyoee," a mere sidewalk how d'ye do. After several experiences like this, I began to entertain a sort of respect for Kooloo, as quite a man of the world. In good sooth, he turned out to be one; in 1 week's time giving me the cut direct, and lounging by without even nodding. He must have taken me for part of the landscape. Before the chests were quite empty, we had a grand washing in the stream of our best raiment, for the purpose of looking tidy, and visiting the European chapel in the village. Every Sunday morning it is open for divine service, some member of the mission officiating. This was the first time we ever entered Papeetee unattended by an escort. In the chapel there were about 40 people present, including the officers of several ships in harbor. It was an energetic discourse, and the pulpit cushion was well pounded. Occupying a high seat in the synagogue, and stiff as a flagstaff, was our beloved guardian, Wilson. I shall never forget his look of wonder when his interesting wards filed in at the doorway and took up a seat directly facing him. Service over, we waited outside in hopes of seeing more of him. But, sorely annoyed at the sight of us, he reconnoitered from the window, and never came forth until we had started for home. End of chapter 40. Recording by Trisha G. Chapters 41 and 42 of Omoo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Omoo, a narrative of adventures in the South Seas, by Herman Melville. Chapter 41. We levy contributions on the shipping. Scarcely a week went by after the Julia's sailing, when, with the proverbial restlessness of sailors, some of the men began to grow weary of the Calabooza Beretanee, and resolved to go boldly among the vessels in the bay and offer to ship. The thing was tried; but though strongly recommended by the commodore of the beachcombers, in the end they were invariably told by the captains to whom they applied that they bore an equivocal character ashore and would not answer. So often were they repulsed that we pretty nearly gave up all thoughts of leaving the island in this way, and growing domestic again, settled down quietly at Captain Bob's. It was about this time that the whaling ships, which have their regular seasons for cruising, began to arrive at Papeetee, and of course their crews frequently visited us. This is customary all over the Pacific. No sailor steps ashore, but he straightway goes to the Calabooza, where he is almost sure to find some poor fellow or other in confinement for desertion, or alleged mutiny, or something of that sort. Sympathy is proffered, and, if need be, tobacco. The latter, however, is most in request. As a solace to the captive it is invaluable. Having fairly carried the day against both consul and captain, we were objects of even more than ordinary interest to these philanthropists, and they always cordially applauded our conduct. Besides, they invariably brought along something in the way of refreshments, occasionally smuggling in a little pisco. Upon one occasion, when there was quite a number present, a calabash was passed round, and a pecuniary collection taken up for our benefit. One day a newcomer proposed that 2 or 3 of us should pay him a sly nocturnal visit aboard his ship, engaging to send us away well freighted with provisions. This was not a bad idea, nor were we at all backward in acting upon it. Night after night every vessel in the harbor was visited in rotation, the foragers borrowing Captain Bob's canoe for the purpose. As we all took turns at this, 2 by 2, in due course it came to Long Ghost and myself, for the sailors invariably linked us together. In such an enterprise I somewhat distrusted the doctor, for he was no sailor, and very tall, and a canoe is the most ticklish of navigable things. However, it could not be helped, and so we went. But a word about the canoes before we go any further. Among the Society Islands, the art of building them, like all native accomplishments, has greatly deteriorated, and they are now the most inelegant as well as the most insecure of any in the South Seas. In Cook's time, according to his account, there was at Tahiti a royal fleet of 1,720 large war canoes, handsomely carved and otherwise adorned. At present, those used were quite small, nothing more than logs hollowed out, sharpened at one end, and then launched into the water. To obviate a certain rolling propensity, the Tahitians, like all Polynesians, attached to them what sailors call an outrigger. It consists of a pole floating alongside, parallel to the canoe, and connected with it by a couple of cross sticks, a yard or more in length. Thus equipped, the canoe cannot be overturned unless you overcome the buoyancy of the pole or lift it entirely out of the water. Now, Captain Bob's gig was exceedingly small, so small and of such a grotesque shape that the sailors christened it the pill box, and by this appellation it always went. In fact, it was a sort of sulky, meant for a solitary paddler, but, on an emergency, capable of floating 2 or 3. The outrigger was a mere switch, alternately rising in air and then depressed in the water. Assuming the command of the expedition, upon the strength of my being a sailor, I packed the long doctor with a paddle in the bow, and then shoving off, leaped into the stern, thus leaving him to do all the work, and reserving to myself the dignified sinecure of steering. All would have gone well were it not that my paddler made such clumsy work that the water spattered and showered down upon us without ceasing. Continuing to ply his tool, however, quite energetically, I thought he would improve after a while, and so let him alone. But by and by, getting wet through with this little storm we were raising, and seeing no signs of its clearing off, I conjured him in mercy's name to stop short and let me wring myself out. Upon this, he suddenly turned round, when the canoe gave a roll, the outrigger flew overhead, and the next moment came rap on the doctor's skull, and we were both in the water. Fortunately, we were just over a ledge of coral, not half a fathom under the surface. Depressing one end of the filled canoe, and letting go of it quickly, it bounced up and discharged great part of its contents, so that we easily bailed out the remainder and again embarked. This time, my comrade coiled himself away in a very small space, and enjoining upon him not to draw a single unnecessary breath, I proceeded to urge the canoe along by myself. I was astonished at his docility, never speaking a word, and stirring neither hand nor foot. But the secret was he was unable to swim, and in case we met with a second mishap, there were no more ledges beneath to stand upon. "Drowning's but a shabby way of going out of the world," he exclaimed upon my rallying him, "and I'm not going to be guilty of it." At last the ship was at hand, and we approached with much caution, wishing to avoid being hailed by anyone from the quarter-deck. Dropping silently under her bows, we heard a low whistle, the signal agreed upon, and presently a goodly-sized bag was lowered over to us. We cut the line, and then paddled away as fast as we could, and made the best of our way home. Here we found the rest waiting impatiently. The bag turned out to be well filled with sweet potatoes boiled, cubes of salt beef and pork, and a famous sailor's pudding, what they call duff, made of flour and water, and of about the consistence of an underdone brick. With these delicacies and keen appetites, we went out into the moonlight and had a nocturnal picnic. Chapter 42. Motu Otu, a Tahitian Casuist. The pillbox was sometimes employed for other purposes than that described in the last chapter. We sometimes went a-pleasuring in it. Right in the middle of Papatee Harbor is a bright green island, one circular grove of waving palms and scarcely 100 yards across. It is of coral formation, and all round, for many rods out, the bay is so shallow that you might wade anywhere. Down in these waters, as transparent as air, you see coral plants of every hue and shape imaginable, antlers, tufts of azure, waving reeds like stalks of grain, and pale green buds and mosses. In some places you look through prickly branches down to a snow-white floor of sand, sprouting with flinty bulbs, and crawling among these are strange shapes, some bristling with spikes, others clad in shining coats of mail, and here and there round forms all spangled with eyes. The island is called Motu Otu, and around Motu Otu have I often paddled of a white moonlit night, pausing now and then to admire the marine gardens underneath. The place is the private property of the queen, who has a residence there, a melancholy-looking range of bamboo houses, neglected and falling to decay among the trees. Commanding the harbor as it does, Her Majesty has done all she could to make a fortress of the island. The margin has been raised and leveled, and built up with a low parapet of hewn blocks of coral. Behind the parapet are ranged at wide intervals a number of rusty old cannon, of all fashions and calibers. They are mounted upon lame, decrepit-looking carriages, ready to sink under the useless burden of bearing them up. Indeed, 2 or 3 have given up the ghost altogether, and the pieces they sustained lie half buried among their bleaching bones. Several of the cannon are spiked, probably with a view of making them more formidable, as they certainly must be to anyone undertaking to fire them off. Presented to Pomaree at various times by captains of British armed ships, these poor old dogs of war, thus toothless and turned out to die, formerly bayed in full pack as the battle hounds of old England. There was something about Motu Otu that struck my fancy, and I registered a vow to plant my foot upon its soil, notwithstanding an old bare-headed sentry menaced me in the moonlight with an unsightly musket. As my canoe drew scarcely 3 inches of water, I could paddle close up to the parapet without grounding, but every time I came near, the old man ran towards me, pushing his piece forward, but never clapping it to his shoulder. Thinking he only meant to frighten me, I at last dashed the canoe right up to the wall, purposing a leap. It was the rashest act of my life, for never did cocoanut come nearer getting demolished than mine did then. With the stock of his gun, the old warder fetched a tremendous blow, which I managed to dodge, and then, falling back, succeeded in paddling out of harm's reach. He must have been dumb, for never a word did he utter, but, grinning from ear to ear, and with his white cotton robe streaming in the moonlight, he looked more like the spook of the island than anything mortal. I tried to effect my object by attacking him in the rear, but he was all front, running about the place as I paddled, and presenting his confounded musket wherever I went. At last I was obliged to retreat, and to this day my vow remains unfulfilled. It was a few days after my repulse from before the walls of Motu Otu that I heard a curious case of casuistry argued between one of the most clever and intelligent natives I ever saw in Tahiti, a man by the name of Arhitu, and our learned Theban of a doctor. It was this: whether it was right and lawful for any one being a native to keep the European Sabbath, in preference to the day set apart as such by the missionaries, and so considered by the islanders in general. It must be known that the missionaries of the good ship Duff, who more than half a century ago established the Tahitian reckoning, came hither by the way of the Cape of Good Hope, and, by thus sailing to the eastward, lost 1 precious day of their lives all round, getting about that much in advance of Greenwich time. For this reason, vessels coming round Cape Horn, as they most all do nowadays, find it Sunday in Tahiti, when, according to their own view of the matter, it ought to be Saturday. But as it won't do to alter the log, the sailors keep their Sabbath, and the islanders theirs. This confusion perplexes the poor natives mightily, and it is to no purpose that you endeavor to explain so incomprehensible a phenomenon. I once saw a worthy old missionary essay to shed some light on the subject, and though I understood but few of the words employed, I could easily get at the meaning of his illustrations. They were something like the following. "Here," says he, "you see this circle," describing a large one on the ground with a stick. "Very good. Now you see this spot here," marking a point in the perimeter. "Well, this is Beretani, England, and I'm going to sail around to Tahiti. Here I go then," following the circle round. "And there goes the sun," snatching up another stick and commissioning a bandy-legged native to travel round with it in a contrary direction. "Now then, we are both off and going away from each other, and here you see I have arrived at Tahiti," making a sudden stop. and look now where Bandy-Legs is." But the crowd strenuously maintained that Bandy-Legs ought to be somewhere above them in the atmosphere, for it was a traditionary fact that the people from the Duff came ashore when the sun was high overhead. And here the old gentleman, being a very good sort of man, doubtless, but no astronomer, was obliged to give up. Arhitu, the casuist alluded to, though a member of the church, and extremely conscientious about what Sabbath he kept, was more liberal in other matters. Learning that I was something of a Meconnery, in this sense a man able to read and cunning in the use of a pen, he desired the slight favor of my forging for him a set of papers, for which he said he would be much obliged, and give me a good dinner of roast pig and Indian turnip in the bargain. Now Arhitu was one of those who board the shipping for their washing, and the competition being very great, the proudest chiefs not disdaining to solicit custom in person, though the work is done by their dependents, he had decided upon a course suggested by a knowing sailor, a friend of his. He wished to have manufactured a set of certificates purporting to come from certain man-of-war and merchant captains known to have visited the island, recommending him as one of the best getters-up of fine linen in all Polynesia. At this time Arhitu had known me but 2 hours, and as he made the proposition very coolly, I thought it rather presumptuous and told him so. But as it was quite impossible to convey a hint that there was a slight impropriety in the thing, I did not resent the insult, but simply declined. End of chapters 41 and 42. Recording by Trisha G. Chapters 43 and 44 of Omoo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Omoo, a narrative of adventures in the South Seas by Herman Melville. Chapter 43. One is judged by the company he keeps. Although, from its novelty, life at Captain Bob's was pleasant enough for the time, there were some few annoyances connected with it, anything but agreeable to a soul of sensibility. Prejudiced against us by the malevolent representations of the consul and others, many worthy foreigners ashore regarded us as a set of lawless vagabonds, though, truth to speak, better-behaved sailors never stepped on the island, nor any who gave less trouble to the natives. But, for all this, whenever we met a respectably dressed European, 10 to 1 he shunned us, by going over to the other side of the road. This was very unpleasant, at least to myself, though, certes, it did not prey upon the minds of the others. To give an instance. Of a fine evening in Tahiti, but they are all fine evenings there, you may see a bevy of silk bonnets and parasols passing along the Broom Road, perhaps a band of pale little white urchins, sickly exotics, and, oftener still, sedate elderly gentlemen with canes, at whose appearance the natives here and there slink into their huts. These are the missionaries, their wives and children, taking a family airing. Sometimes, by the by, they take horse, and ride down to Point Venus and back, a distance of several miles. At this place is settled the only survivor of the first missionaries that landed, an old, white-headed, saint-like man, by the name of Wilson, the father of our friend the consul. The little parties on foot were frequently encountered, and recalling as they did so many pleasant recollections of home and the ladies, I really longed for a dress coat and beaver, that I might step up and pay my respects. But, situated as I was, this was out of the question. On one occasion, however, I received a kind inquisitive glance from a matron in gingham. Sweet lady, I have not forgotten her. Her gown was a plaid. But a glance like hers was not always bestowed. One evening, passing the veranda of a missionary's dwelling, the dame, his wife, and a pretty blonde young girl, with ringlets, were sitting there enjoying the sea breeze, then coming in, all cool and refreshing, from the spray of the reef. As I approached, the old lady peered hard at me, and her very cap seemed to convey a prim rebuke. The blue English eyes by her side, were also bent on me. But, oh heavens, what a glance to receive from such a beautiful creature! As for the mob cap, not a fig did I care for it, but to be taken for anything but a cavalier, by the ringleted one, was absolutely unendurable. I resolved on a courteous salute to show my good breeding, if nothing more; but happening to wear a sort of turban, hereafter to be particularly alluded to, there was no taking it off and putting it on again with anything like dignity. At any rate, then, here goes a bow. But another difficulty presented itself. My loose frock was so voluminous that I doubted whether any spinal curvature would be perceptible. "Good evening, ladies," exclaimed I at last, advancing winningly. "A delightful air from the sea, ladies." Hysterics and hartshorn! Who would have thought it? The young lady screamed, and the old one came near fainting. As for myself, I retreated in double quick time, and scarcely drew breath until safely housed in the Calabooza. Chapter 44. Cathedral of Papawar, the Church of the Cocoanuts. On Sundays I always attended the principal native church on the outskirts of the village of Papeetee, and not far from the Calabooza Beretanee. It was esteemed the best specimen of architecture in Tahiti. Of late, they have built their places of worship with more reference to durability than formerly. At one time there were no less than 36 on the island, mere barns, tied together with thongs, which went to destruction in a very few years. One, built many years ago in this style, was a most remarkable structure. It was erected by Pomaree II, who, on this occasion, showed all the zeal of a royal proselyte. The building was over 700 feet in length, and of a proportionate width. The vast ridgepole was, at intervals, supported by a row of 36 cylindrical trunks of the breadfruit tree, and, all round, the wall plates rested on shafts of the palm. The roof, steeply inclining to within a man's height of the ground, was thatched with leaves, and the sides of the edifice were open. Thus spacious was the Royal Mission Chapel of Papawar. At its dedication, 3 distinct sermons were, from different pulpits, preached to an immense concourse gathered from all parts of the island. As the chapel was built by the king's command, nearly as great a multitude was employed in its construction as swarmed over the scaffolding of the great temple of the Jews. Much less time, however, was expended. In less than 3 weeks from planting the first post, the last tier of palmetto leaves drooped from the eaves, and the work was done. Apportioned to the several chiefs and their dependents, the labor, though immense, was greatly facilitated by everyone's bringing his post, or his rafter, or his pole strung with thatching, ready for instant use. The materials thus prepared being afterwards secured together by thongs, there was literally neither hammer, nor axe, nor any tool of iron heard in the house while it was building. But the most singular circumstance connected with this South Sea Cathedral remains to be related. As well for the beauty as the advantages of such a site, the islanders love to dwell near the mountain streams. And so a considerable brook, after descending from the hills and watering the valley, was bridged over in 3 places, and swept clean through the chapel. Flowing waters! What an accompaniment to the songs of the sanctuary, mingling with them the praises and thanksgivings of the green solitudes inland. But the chapel of the Polynesian Solomon has long since been deserted. Its 1,000 rafters of hibiscus have decayed and fallen to the ground, and now the stream murmurs over them in its bed. The present metropolitan church of Tahiti is very unlike the one just described. It is of moderate dimensions, boarded over, and painted white. It is furnished also with blinds, but no sashes. Indeed, were it not for the rustic thatch, it would remind one of a plain chapel at home. The woodwork was all done by foreign carpenters, of whom there are always several about Papeetee. Within, its aspect is unique, and cannot fail to interest a stranger. The rafters overhead are bound round with fine matting of variegated dyes, and all along the ridgepole these strappings hang pendant, in alternate bunches of tassels and deep fringes of stained grass. The floor is composed of rude planks. Regular aisles run between ranges of native settees, bottomed with crossed braids of the cocoanut fiber, and furnished with backs. But the pulpit, made of a dark, lustrous wood, and standing at one end, is by far the most striking object. It is preposterously lofty. Indeed, a capital bird's-eye view of the congregation ought to be had from its summit. Nor does the church lack a gallery, which runs round on three sides, and is supported by columns of the cocoanut tree. Its facings are here and there daubed over with a tawdry blue, and in other places, without the slightest regard to uniformity, patches of the same color may be seen. In their ardor to decorate the sanctuary, the converts must have borrowed each a brush full of paint, and zealously daubed away at the first surface that offered. As hinted, the general impression is extremely curious. Little light being admitted, and everything being of a dark color, there is an indefinable Indian aspect of duskiness throughout. A strange, woody smell also, more or less invading every considerable edifice in Polynesia, is at once perceptible. It suggests the idea of worm-eaten idols packed away in some old lumber room at hand. For the most part, the congregation attending this church is composed of the better and wealthier orders, the chiefs and their retainers; in short, the rank and fashion of the island. This class is infinitely superior in personal beauty and general healthfulness to the Maranhor, or common people; the latter having been more exposed to the worst and most debasing evils of foreign intercourse. On Sundays, the former are invariably arrayed in their finery, and thus appear to the best advantage; nor are they driven to the chapel, as some of their inferiors are to other places of worship. On the contrary, capable of maintaining a handsome exterior, and possessing greater intelligence, they go voluntarily. In respect of the woodland colonnade supporting its galleries, I called this chapel the Church of the Cocoanuts. It was the first place for Christian worship in Polynesia that I had seen, and the impression upon entering during service was all the stronger. Majestic-looking chiefs, whose fathers had hurled the battle-club, and old men who had seen sacrifices smoking upon the altars of Oro, were there. And hark! Hanging from the bough of a breadfruit tree without, a bell is being struck with a bar of iron by a native lad. In the same spot the blast of the war-conch had often resounded. But to the proceedings within. The place is well filled. Everywhere meet the eye the gay calico draperies worn on great occasions by the higher classes, and forming a strange contrast of patterns and colors. In some instances, these are so fashioned as to resemble as much as possible European garments. This is in excessively bad taste. Coats and pantaloons, too, are here and there seen, but they look awkwardly enough, and take away from the general effect. But it is the array of countenances that most strikes you. Each is suffused with the peculiar animation of the Polynesians, when thus collected in large numbers. Every robe is rustling, every limb in motion, and an incessant buzzing going on throughout the assembly. The tumult is so great, that the voice of the placid old missionary, who now rises, is almost inaudible. Some degree of silence is at length obtained through the exertions of half a dozen strapping fellows in white shirts and no pantaloons. Running in among the settees, they are at great pains to inculcate the impropriety of making a noise by creating a most unnecessary racket themselves. This part of the service was quite comical. There is a most interesting Sabbath school connected with the church, and the scholars, a vivacious mischievous set, were in one part of the gallery. I was amused by a party in the corner. The teacher sat at one end of the bench, with a meek little fellow by his side. When the others were disorderly, this young martyr received a rap. intended probably as a sample of what the rest might expect if they didn't amend. Standing in the body of the church, and leaning against a pillar, was an old man, in appearance very different from others of his countrymen. He wore nothing but a coarse, scant mantle of faded tappa, and from his staring, bewildered manner, I set him down as an aged bumpkin from the interior, unaccustomed to the strange sights and sounds of the metropolis. This old worthy was sharply reprimanded for standing up, and thus intercepting the view of those behind; but not comprehending exactly what was said to him, one of the white-liveried gentry made no ceremony of grasping him by the shoulders and fairly crushing him down into a seat. During all this, the old missionary in the pulpit, as well as his associates beneath, never ventured to interfere, leaving everything to native management. With South Sea Islanders, assembled in any numbers, there is no other way of getting along. End of chapters 43 and 44. Recording by Trisha G. Chapters 45 and 46 of Omoo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Omoo, a narrative of adventures in the South Seas, by Herman Melville. Chapter 45. A Missionary's Sermon, with some Reflections. Some degree of order at length restored, the service was continued by singing. The choir was composed of 12 or 15 ladies of the mission, occupying a long bench to the left of the pulpit. Almost the entire congregation joined in. The first air fairly startled me. It was the brave tune of Old Hundred, adapted to a Tahitian psalm. After the graceless scenes I had recently passed through, this circumstance, with all its accessories, moved me forcibly. Many voices around were of great sweetness and compass. The singers, also, seemed to enjoy themselves mightily, some of them pausing now and then and looking around, as if to realize the scene more fully. In truth, they sang right joyously, despite the solemnity of the tune. The Tahitians have much natural talent for singing, and, on all occasions, are exceedingly fond of it. I have often heard a stave or two of psalmody hummed over by rakish young fellows like a snatch from an opera. With respect to singing, as in most other matters, the Tahitians widely differ from the people of the Sandwich Islands, where the parochial flocks may be said rather to bleat than sing. The psalm concluded, a prayer followed. Very considerately, the old missionary made it short, for the congregation became fidgety and inattentive as soon as it commenced. A chapter of the Tahitian Bible was now read, a text selected, and the sermon began. It was listened to with more attention than I had anticipated. Having been informed from various sources that the discourses of the missionaries, being calculated to engage the attention of their simple auditors, were, naturally enough, of a rather amusing description to strangers. In short, that they had much to say about steamboats, Lord Mayor's coaches, and the way fires are put out in London, I had taken care to provide myself with a good interpreter in the person of an intelligent Hawaiian sailor whose acquaintance I had made. "Now, Jack," said I, before entering, "hear every word, and tell me what you can as the missionary goes on." Jack's was not, perhaps, a critical version of the discourse, and, at the time, I took no notes of what he said. Nevertheless, I will here venture to give what I remember of it, and, as far as possible, in Jack's phraseology, so as to lose nothing by a double translation. "Good friends, I glad to see you, and I very well like to have some talk with you today. Good friends, very bad times in Tahiti, it make me weep. Pomaree is gone, the island no more yours, but the wee-wees (French). Wicked priests here too, and wicked idols in woman's clothes, and brass chains. [Footnote: Meaning the showy image of the Virgin in the little Catholic chapel.] End footnote. Good friends, know you speak, or look at them, but I know you won't. They belong to a set of robbers, the wicked wee-wees. Soon these bad men be made to go very quick. Beretanee ships of thunder come, and away they go. But no more 'bout this now, I speak more by. Good friends, many whale ships here now, and many bad men come in 'em. No good sailors living, that you know very well. They come here 'cause so bad they no keep 'em home. My good little girls, no run after sailors, no go where they harm you. Where they come from, no good people talk to 'em, just like dogs. Here they talk to Pomaree, and drink arva with great pufai. [Footnote: The word arva, as here employed, means brandy. Pufai was one of the highest chiefs on the island, and a jolly companion.] Good friends, this very small island, but very wicked and very poor, these two go together. Why Beretanee so great? Because that island good island, and send missionary. [Footnote: This word, evidently a corruption of missionary, is used under various significations by the natives. Sometimes it is applied to a communicant of the church, but above it has its original meaning.] To poor Kanaka. [Footnote: A word generally used by foreigners to designate the natives of Polynesia.] In Beretanee every man rich, plenty things to buy, and plenty things to sell, houses bigger than Pomaree's and more grand. Everybody, too, ride about in coaches bigger than hers. [Footnote: Pomaree, some time previous, had received a present of a chariot from Queen Victoria. It was afterwards sent to Oahu, Sandwich Islands, and there sold to pay her debts.] and wear fine tappa every day. Several luxurious appliances of civilization were here enumerated and described. Good friends, little to eat left at my house. Schooner from Sydney no bring bag of flour, and Kanaka no bring pig and fruit enough. Mickonaree do great deal for Kanaka, Kanaka do little for Mickonaree. So, good friends, we've plenty of cocoanut baskets, fill 'em, and bring 'em tomorrow. Such was the substance of great part of this discourse, and, whatever may be thought of it, it was specially adapted to the minds of the islanders, who are susceptible to no impressions, except from things palpable or novel and striking. To them a dry sermon would be dry indeed. The Tahitians can hardly ever be said to reflect. They are all impulse; and so, instead of expounding dogmas, the missionaries give them the large type, pleasing cuts, and short and easy lessons of the primer. Hence, anything like a permanent religious impression is seldom or never produced. In fact, there is, perhaps, no race on earth less disposed by nature to the monitions of Christianity than the people of the South Sea. And this assertion is made with full knowledge of what is called the "Great Revival at the Sandwich Islands," about the year 1836, when several thousands were, in the course of a few weeks, admitted into the bosom of the church. But this result was brought about by no sober moral convictions, as an almost instantaneous relapse into every kind of licentiousness soon afterwards testified. It was the legitimate effect of a morbid feeling, engendered by the sense of severe physical wants, preying upon minds excessively prone to superstition; and by fanatical preaching, inflamed into the belief that the gods of the missionaries were taking vengeance upon the wickedness of the land. [Footnote: At this period many of the population were upon the verge of starvation.] It is a noteworthy fact that those very traits in the Tahitians which induced the London Missionary Society to regard them as the most promising subjects for conversion, and which led, moreover, to the selection of their island as the very first field for missionary labor, eventually proved the most serious obstruction. An air of softness in their manners, great apparent ingenuousness and docility, at first misled; but these were the mere accompaniments of an indolence, bodily and mental, a constitutional voluptuousness, and an aversion to the least restraint, which, however fitted for the luxurious state of nature in the tropics, are the greatest possible hindrances to the strict moralities of Christianity. Added to all this is a quality inherent in Polynesians, and more akin to hypocrisy than anything else. It leads them to assume the most passionate interest in matters for which they really feel little or none whatever, but in which those whose power they dread, or whose favor they court, they believe to be at all affected. Thus, in their heathen state, the Sandwich Islanders actually knocked out their teeth, tore their hair, and mangled their bodies with shells, to testify their inconsolable grief at the demise of a high chief, or member of the royal family. And yet, Vancouver relates that, on such an occasion, upon which he happened to be present, those apparently the most abandoned to their feelings immediately assumed the utmost light-heartedness on receiving the present of a penny whistle or a Dutch looking-glass. Similar instances also have come under my own observation. The following is an illustration of the trait alluded to, as occasionally manifested among the converted Polynesians. At one of the Society Islands, Raiatea I believe, the natives, for special reasons, desired to commend themselves particularly to the favor of the missionaries. Accordingly, during divine service, many of them behaved in a manner, otherwise unaccountable, and precisely similar to their behavior as heathens. They pretended to be wrought up to madness by the preaching which they heard. They rolled their eyes, foamed at the mouth, fell down in fits, and so were carried home. Yet, strange to relate, all this was deemed the evidence of the power of the Most High, and, as such, was heralded abroad. But, to return to the Church of the Cocoanuts. The blessing pronounced, the congregation disperse, enlivening the Broom Road with their waving mantles. On either hand they disappear down the shaded pathways which lead off from the main route, conducting to hamlets in the groves, or to the little marine villas upon the beach. There is considerable hilarity, and you would suppose them just from an old-fashioned hevar, or jolly heathen dance. Those who carry Bibles swing them carelessly from their arms by cords of sinnate. The Sabbath is no ordinary day with the Tahitians. So far as doing any work is concerned, it is scrupulously observed. The canoes are hauled up on the beach, the nets are spread to dry. Passing by the hen coop huts, on the roadside, you find their occupants idle, as usual, but less disposed to gossip. After service, repose broods over the whole island. The valleys reaching inland look stiller than ever. In short, it is Sunday, their taboo day. The very word, formerly expressing the sacredness of their pagan observances, now proclaiming the sanctity of the Christian Sabbath. Chapter 46. Something about the Kanakippers. A worthy young man, formerly a friend of mine, I speak of Kooloo with all possible courtesy, since after our intimacy there would be an impropriety in doing otherwise. This worthy youth, having some genteel notions of retirement, dwelt in a maro boro, or breadfruit shade, a pretty nook in a wood, midway between the Calabooza Beretani and the Church of the Cocoanuts. Hence, at the latter place, he was one of the most regular worshippers. Kooloo was a blade. Standing up in the congregation in all the bravery of a striped calico shirt, with the skirts rakishly adjusted over a pair of white sailor trousers, and hair well anointed with coconut oil, he ogled the ladies with an air of supreme satisfaction. Nor were his glances unreturned. But such looks as the Tahitian belles cast at each other, frequently turning up their noses at the advent of a new cotton mantle recently imported in the chest of some amorous sailor. Upon one occasion, I observed a group of young girls, in tunics of coarse, soiled sheeting, disdainfully pointing at a damsel in a flaming red one. "Ui tutai auri," they said with ineffable scorn, "itai mai tai." You are a good-for-nothing hussy, no better than you should be. Now, Kooloo communed with the church. So did all these censorious young ladies. Yet, after eating breadfruit at the Eucharist, I knew several of them, the same night, to be guilty of some sad derelictions. Puzzled by these things, I resolved to find out, if possible, what ideas, if any, they entertained of religion. But as one's spiritual concerns are rather delicate for a stranger to meddle with, I went to work as adroitly as I could. Farno, an old native who had recently retired from active pursuits, having thrown up the business of being a sort of running footman to the Queen, had settled down in a snug little retreat not 50 rods from Captain Bob's. His selecting our vicinity for his residence may have been with some view to the advantages it afforded for introducing his 3 daughters into polite circles. At any rate, not averse to receiving the attentions of so devoted a gallant as the doctor, the sisters, communicants be it remembered, kindly extended to him free permission to visit them sociably whenever he pleased. We dropped in one evening, and found the ladies at home. My long friend engaged his favorites, the 2 younger girls, at the game of "now", or hunting a stone under 3 piles of tappa. For myself, I lounged on a mat with Idaea, the eldest, dallying with her grass fan, and improving my knowledge of Tahitian. The occasion was well adapted to my purpose, and I began. "Ah, Idaea, mikaneri oi?" The same as drawling out, "By the by, Miss Idaea, do you belong to the church?" "Yes, me mikaneri," was the reply. But the assertion was at once qualified by certain reservations, so curious that I cannot forbear their relation. "Mikaneri Anna, church member here," exclaimed she, laying her hand upon her mouth, and a strong emphasis on the adverb. In the same way, and with similar exclamations, she touched her eyes and hands. This done, her whole air changed in an instant, and she gave me to understand, by unmistakable gestures, that in certain other respects she was not exactly a mikaneri. In short, Idaea was a sad good Christian at the heart, a very heathen in the carnal part. [Footnote: Pope, Epistle to a Lady.] The explanation terminated in a burst of laughter, in which all 3 sisters joined; and, for fear of looking silly, the doctor and myself. As soon as good breeding would permit, we took leave. The hypocrisy in matters of religion, so apparent in all Polynesian converts, is most injudiciously nourished in Tahiti, by a zealous and, in many cases, a coercive superintendence over their spiritual well-being. But it is only manifested with respect to the common people, their superiors being exempted. On Sunday mornings, when the prospect is rather small for a full house in the minor churches, a parcel of fellows are actually sent out with ratans to the highways and byways as whippers in of the congregation. This is a sober fact. [Footnote: With abhorrence and disgust, the custom is alluded to by a late benevolent visitor at the island. See page 763 of The Memoirs of the Life and Gospel Labors of the late Daniel Wheeler, a work hereafter to be more particularly alluded to.] These worthies constitute a religious police, and you always know them by the great white diapers they wear. On week days they are quite as busy as on Sundays, to the great terror of the inhabitants, going all over the island and spying out the wickedness thereof. Moreover, they are the collectors of fines, levied generally in grass mats, for obstinate non-attendance upon divine worship, and other offences amenable to the ecclesiastical judicature of the missionaries. Old Bob called these fellows canna-kippers, a corruption, I fancy, of our word constable. He bore them a bitter grudge, and one day, drawing near home, and learning that 2 of them were just then making a domiciliary visit at his house, he ran behind a bush, and as they came forth, 2 green breadfruit from a hand unseen took them each between the shoulders. The sailors in the Calabooza were witnesses to this, as well as several natives, who, when the intruders were out of sight, applauded Captain Bob's spirit in no measured terms, the ladies present vehemently joining in. Indeed, the canna-kippers have no greater enemies than the latter; and no wonder: the impertinent varlets, popping into their houses at all hours, are forever prying into their peccadilloes. Kooloo, who at times was patriotic and pensive, and mourned the evils under which his country was groaning, frequently inveighed against the statute which thus authorized an utter stranger to interfere with domestic arrangements. He himself, quite a ladies' man, had often been annoyed thereby. He considered the canna-kippers a bore. Besides their confounded inquisitiveness, they add insult to injury by making a point of dining out every day at some hut within the limits of their jurisdiction. As for the gentleman of the house, his meek endurance of these things is amazing. But, good easy man, there is nothing for him but to be as hospitable as possible. These gentry are indefatigable. At the dead of night prowling around the houses, and in the daytime hunting amorous couples in the groves. Yet in one instance the chase completely baffled them. It was thus. Several weeks previous to our arrival at the island, someone's husband and another person's wife, having taken a mutual fancy for each other, went out for a walk. The alarm was raised, and with hue and cry they were pursued, but nothing was seen of them again until the lapse of some 90 days, when we were called out from the Calabooza to behold a great mob enclosing the lovers and escorting them for trial to the village. Their appearance was most singular. The girdle excepted, they were quite naked. Their hair was long, burned yellow at the ends, and entangled with burrs, and their bodies scratched and scarred in all directions. It seems that acting upon the love in a cottage principle, they had gone right into the interior, and throwing up a hut in an uninhabited valley, had lived there, until in an unlucky stroll they were observed and captured. They were subsequently condemned to make 100 fathoms of Broom Road, a 6 months' work, if not more. Often, when seated in a house, conversing quietly with its inmates, I have known them betray the greatest confusion at the sudden announcement of a kanakipper's being in sight. To be reported by one of these officials as a tutai auri, in general signifying a bad person or disbeliever in Christianity, is as much dreaded as the forefinger of Titus Oates was, leveled at an alleged papist. But the islanders take a sly revenge upon them. Upon entering a dwelling, the kanakippers oftentimes volunteer a pharisaical prayer-meeting. Hence they go in secret by the name of Bura Artwas, literally, pray to gods. End of chapters 45 and 46. Recording by Trisha G. Chapters 47 and 48 of Omoo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Omoo, a narrative of adventures in the South Seas, by Herman Melville. Chapter 47. How they dress in Tahiti. Except where the employment of making tapa is inflicted as a punishment, the echoes of the cloth mallet have long since died away in the listless valleys of Tahiti. Formerly, the girls spent their mornings like ladies at their tambour frames. Now, they are lounged away in almost utter indolence. True, most of them make their own garments, but this comprises but a stitch or two, the ladies of the mission, by the by, being entitled to the credit of teaching them to sew. The kaihi waihini, or petticoat, is a mere breadth of white cotton or calico, loosely enveloping the person from the waist to the feet. Fastened simply, by a single tuck, or by twisting the upper corners together, this garment frequently becomes disordered, thus affording an opportunity of being coquettishly adjusted. Over the kaihi they wear a sort of gown, open in front, very loose, and as negligent as you please. The ladies here never dress for dinner. But what shall be said of those horrid hats? Fancy a bunch of straw plaited into the shape of a coal scuttle, and stuck bolt upright on the crown, with a yard or two of red ribbon flying about like kite strings. Milliners of Paris, what would ye say to them? Though made by the natives, they are said to have been first contrived and recommended by the missionaries' wives, a report which I really trust is nothing but scandal. Curious to relate, these things for the head are esteemed exceedingly becoming. The braiding of the straw is one of the few employments of the higher classes, all of which but minister to the silliest vanity. The young girls, however, wholly eschew the hats, leaving those dowdy old souls, their mothers, to make frights of themselves. As for the men, those who aspire to European garments seem to have no perception of the relation subsisting between the various parts of a gentleman's costume. To the wearer of a coat, for instance, pantaloons are by no means indispensable. and the bell-crowned hat and a girdle are full dress. The young sailor, for whom Kooloo deserted me, presented him with a shaggy old pea-jacket, and, with this buttoned up to his chin, under a tropical sun, he promenaded the Broom Road quite elated. Dr. Longghost, who saw him thus, ran away with the idea that he was under medical treatment at the time, in the act of taking what the quacks call a sweat. A bachelor friend of Captain Bob rejoiced in the possession of a full European suit, in which he often stormed the ladies' hearts. Having a military leaning, he ornamented the coat with a great scarlet patch on the breast, and mounted it also, here and there, with several regimental buttons, slyly cut from the uniform of a parcel of drunken marines sent ashore on a holyday from a man-of-war. But, in spite of the ornaments, the dress was not exactly the thing. From the tightness of the cloth across the shoulders, his elbows projected from his sides, like an ungainly rider's, and his ponderous legs were jammed so hard into his slim, nether garments, that the threads of every seam showed, and at every step you looked for a catastrophe. In general, there seems to be no settled style of dressing among the males. They wear anything they can get, in some cases, awkwardly modifying the fashions of their fathers, so as to accord with their own altered view of what is becoming. But ridiculous as many of them now appear in foreign habiliments, the Tahitians presented a far different appearance in the original national costume, which was graceful in the extreme, modest to all but the prudish, and peculiarly adapted to the climate. But the short kilts of dyed tappa, the tasselled maroes, and other articles formerly worn, are, at the present day, prohibited by law as indecorous. For what reason necklaces and garlands of flowers, among the women, were also forbidden, I never could learn, but it is said that they were associated in some way with a forgotten heathen observance. Many pleasant and seemingly innocent sports and pastimes are likewise interdicted. In old times, there were several athletic games practiced, such as wrestling, foot-racing, throwing the javelin, and archery. In all these they greatly excelled, and, for some, splendid festivals were instituted. Among their everyday amusements were dancing, tossing the football, kite-flying, flute-playing, and singing traditional ballads, now all punishable offenses, though most of them have been so long in disuse that they are nearly forgotten. In the same way, the opio, or festive harvest home of the breadfruit, has been suppressed, though, as described to me by Captain Bob, it seemed wholly free from any immoral tendency. Against tattooing of any kind there is a severe law. That this abolition of their national amusements and customs was not willingly acquiesced in, is shown in the frequent violation of many of the statutes inhibiting them, and especially in the frequency with which their hevars, or dances, are practiced in secret. Doubtless, in thus denationalizing the Tahitians, as it were, the missionaries were prompted by a sincere desire for good, but the effect has been lamentable. Supplied with no amusements, in place of those forbidden, the Tahitians, who require more recreation than other people, have sunk into a listlessness, or indulge in sensualities 100 times more pernicious than all the games ever celebrated in the temple of Tani. Chapter 48. Tahiti as it is. As, in the last few chapters, several matters connected with the general condition of the natives have been incidentally touched upon, it may be well not to leave so important a subject in a state calculated to convey erroneous impressions. Let us bestow upon it, therefore, something more than a mere cursory glance. But, in the first place, let it be distinctly understood that in all I have to say upon this subject, both here and elsewhere, I mean no harm to the missionaries, nor their cause. I merely desire to set forth things as they actually exist. Of the results which have flowed from the intercourse of foreigners with the Polynesians, including the attempts to civilize and Christianize them by the missionaries, Tahiti, on many accounts, is obviously the fairest practical example. Indeed, it may now be asserted that the experiment of Christianizing the Tahitians, and improving their social condition by the introduction of foreign customs, has been fully tried. The present generation have grown up under the auspices of their religious instructors, and although it may be urged that the labors of the latter have at times been more or less obstructed by unprincipled foreigners, still this in no wise renders Tahiti any less a fair illustration. For, with obstacles like these, the missionaries in Polynesia must always and everywhere struggle. Nearly 60 years have elapsed since the Tahitian mission was started, and during this period it has received the unceasing prayers and contributions of its friends abroad. Nor has any enterprise of the kind called forth more devotion on the part of those directly employed in it. It matters not that the earlier laborers in the work, although strictly conscientious, were, as a class, ignorant, and in many cases, deplorably bigoted. Such traits have, in some degree, characterized the pioneers of all faiths; and although, in zeal and disinterestedness, the missionaries now on the island are, perhaps, inferior to their predecessors, they have, nevertheless, in their own way at least, labored hard to make a Christian people of their charge. Let us now glance at the most obvious changes wrought in their condition. The entire system of idolatry has been done away, together with several barbarous practices engrafted thereon. But this result is not so much to be ascribed to the missionaries as to the civilizing effects of a long and constant intercourse with whites of all nations, to whom, for many years, Tahiti has been one of the principal places of resort in the South Seas. At the Sandwich Islands, the potent institution of the taboo, together with the entire paganism of the island, was utterly abolished by a voluntary act of the natives, some time previous to the arrival of the first missionaries among them. The next most striking change in the Tahitians is this. From the permanent residence among them of influential and respectable foreigners, as well as from the frequent visits of ships of war, recognizing the nationality of the island, its inhabitants are no longer deemed fit subjects for the atrocities practiced upon mere savages; and hence, secure from retaliation, vessels of all kinds now enter their harbors with perfect safety. But let us consider what results are directly ascribable to the missionaries alone. In all cases, they have striven hard to mitigate the evils resulting from the commerce with the whites in general. Such attempts, however, have been rather injudicious, and often ineffectual. In truth, a barrier almost insurmountable is presented in the dispositions of the people themselves. Still, in this respect, the morality of the islanders is, upon the whole, improved by the presence of the missionaries. But the greatest achievement of the latter, and one which in itself is most hopeful and gratifying, is, that they have translated the entire Bible into the language of the island, and I have myself known several who were able to read it with facility. They have also established churches, and schools for both children and adults. The latter, I regret to say, are now much neglected, which must be ascribed, in a great measure, to the disorders growing out of the proceedings of the French. It were unnecessary here to enter diffusely into matters connected with the internal government of the Tahitian churches and schools; nor, upon this head, is my information copious enough to warrant me in presenting details. But we do not need them. We are merely considering general results, as made apparent in the moral and religious condition of the island at large. Upon a subject like this, however, it would be altogether too assuming for a single individual to decide, and so, in place of my own random observations, which may be found elsewhere, I will here present those of several known authors, made under various circumstances, at different periods, and down to a comparatively late date. A few very brief extracts will enable the reader to mark for himself what progressive improvement, if any, has taken place. Nor must it be overlooked, that of these authorities, the two first in order are largely quoted by the Right Reverend M. Russell, in a work composed for the express purpose of imparting information on the subject of Christian missions in Polynesia; and he frankly acknowledges, moreover, that they are such as "cannot fail to have great weight with the public." Polynesia, or an historical account of the principal islands of the South Sea, by the Right Reverend M. Russell, LL.D. Harper's Family Library Edition, page 96.] After alluding to the manifold evils entailed upon the natives by foreigners, and their singularly inert condition, and after somewhat too severely denouncing the undeniable errors of the mission, Kotzebue, the Russian navigator, says, "A religion like this, which forbids every innocent pleasure, and cramps or annihilates every mental power, is a libel on the divine founder of Christianity. It is true that the religion of the missionaries has, with a great deal of evil, effected some good. It has constrained the vices of theft and incontinence; but it has given birth to ignorance, hypocrisy, and a hatred of all other modes of faith, which was once foreign to the open and benevolent character of the Tahitian." [Footnote: A New Voyage Round the World in the Years 1823, 24, 25, 26, by Otto von Kotzebue, Post Captain in the Russian Imperial Service. London, 1830, 2 volumes 8vo. Volume 1, page 168.] Captain Beechey says, that while at Tahiti he saw scenes "which must have convinced the greatest skeptic of the thoroughly immoral condition of the people, and which would force him to conclude, as Turnbull did many years previous," the author of A Voyage Round the World in the years 1800 to 1804, 3 volumes 8vo, London, 1805, that their intercourse with the Europeans had tended to debase rather than exalt their condition. Narrative of a Voyage to the Pacific and Bering Straits, under the command of Captain F.W. Beechey, R.N., London, 1831, volume 1, page 287.] About the year 1834, Daniel Wheeler, an honest-hearted Quaker, prompted by motives of the purest philanthropy, visited, in a vessel of his own, most of the missionary settlements in the South Seas. He remained some time at Tahiti, receiving the hospitalities of the missionaries there, and from time to time exhorting the natives. After bewailing their social condition, he frankly says of their religious state, "Certainly, appearances are unpromising, and however unwilling to adopt such a conclusion, there is reason to apprehend that Christian principle is a great rarity." Memoirs of the Life and Gospel Labors of the late Daniel Wheeler, a minister of the Society of Friends. London, 1842, 8vo, page 757.] Such, then, is the testimony of good and unbiased men who have been upon the spot. But how comes it to differ so widely from impressions of others at home? Simply thus: instead of estimating the result of missionary labors by the number of heathens who have actually been made to understand and practice, in some measure at least, the precepts of Christianity, this result has been unwarrantably inferred from the number of those who, without any understanding of these things, have in any way been induced to abandon idolatry and conform to certain outward observances. By authority of some kind or other, exerted upon the natives through their chiefs, and promoted by the hope of some worldly benefit to the latter, and not by appeals to the reason, have conversions in Polynesia been in most cases brought about. Even in 1 or 2 instances, so often held up as wonderful examples of divine power, where the natives have impulsively burned their idols and rushed to the waters of baptism, the very suddenness of the change has but indicated its unsoundness. Williams, the martyr of Erromanga, relates an instance where the inhabitants of an island professing Christianity voluntarily assembled and solemnly revived all their heathen customs. All the world over, facts are more eloquent than words, and the following will show in what estimation the missionaries themselves hold the present state of Christianity and morals among the converted Polynesians. On the island of Waimeo, attached to the Tahitian mission, is a seminary under the charge of the Reverend Mr. Simpson and wife, for the education of the children of the missionaries exclusively. Sent home, in many cases at a very early age, to finish their education, the pupils here are taught nothing but the rudiments of knowledge, nothing more than may be learned in the native schools. Notwithstanding this, the two races are kept as far as possible from associating; the avowed reason being, to preserve the young whites from moral contamination. The better to insure this end, every effort is made to prevent them from acquiring the native language. They went even further at the Sandwich Islands, where, a few years ago, a playground for the children of the missionaries was enclosed with a fence many feet high, the more effectually to exclude the wicked little Hawaiians. And yet, strange as it may seem, the depravity among the Polynesians, which renders precautions like these necessary, was in a measure unknown before their intercourse with the whites. The excellent Captain Wilson, who took the first missionaries out to Tahiti, affirms, that the people of that island had, in many things, "more refined ideas of decency than ourselves." [Footnote: A Missionary Voyage to the South Pacific Ocean, Appendix, p. 336, 342.] Vancouver, also, has some noteworthy ideas on this subject, respecting the Sandwich Islanders. [Footnote: See Vancouver's Voyages, Quarto edition, Volume 1, p. 172.] That the immorality alluded to is continually increasing, is plainly shown in the numerous, severe, and perpetually violated laws against licentiousness of all kinds in both groups of islands. It is hardly to be expected that the missionaries would send home accounts of this state of things. Hence Captain Beechey, in alluding to the Polynesian researches of Ellis, says, that the author has impressed his readers with a far more elevated idea of the moral condition of the Tahitians, and the degree of civilization to which they have attained, than they deserve, or, at least, than the facts which came under his observation authorized. He even goes on to say, that in his intercourse with the islanders, "they had no fear of him, and consequently acted from the impulse of their natural feelings, so that he was the better enabled to obtain a correct knowledge of their real disposition and habits." Beechey's Narrative, p. 269.] From my own familiar intercourse with the natives, this last reflection still more forcibly applies to myself. End of chapters 47 and 48. Recording by Trisha G. Chapters 49 and 50 of Omoo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Omoo, A Narrative of Adventures in the South Seas, by Herman Melville. Chapter 49. Same subject continued. We have glanced at their moral and religious condition. Let us see how it is with them socially and in other respects. It has been said that the only way to civilize a people is to form in them habits of industry. Judged by this principle, the Tahitians are less civilized now than formerly. True, their constitutional indolence is excessive; but surely, if the spirit of Christianity is among them, so unchristian a vice ought to be, at least, partially remedied. But the reverse is the fact. Instead of acquiring new occupations, old ones have been discontinued. As previously remarked, the manufacture of tappa is nearly obsolete in many parts of the island. So, too, with that of the native tools and domestic utensils, very few of which are now fabricated, since the superiority of European wares has been made so evident. This, however, would be all very well, were the natives to apply themselves to such occupations as would enable them to supply the few articles they need. But they are far from doing so, and the majority being unable to obtain European substitutes for many things before made by themselves, the inevitable consequence is seen in the present wretched and destitute mode of life among the common people. To me, so recently from a primitive valley of the Marquesas, the aspect of most of the dwellings of the poorer Tahitians, and their general habits, seemed anything but tidy; nor could I avoid a comparison immeasurably to the disadvantage of these partially civilized islanders. In Tahiti, the people have nothing to do, and idleness everywhere is the parent of vice. There is scarcely anything, says the good old Quaker Wheeler, so striking or pitiable as their aimless, nerveless mode of spending life. Attempts have repeatedly been made to rouse them from their sluggishness, but in vain. Several years ago the cultivation of cotton was introduced, and with their usual love of novelty they went to work with great alacrity; but the interest excited quickly subsided, and now not a pound of the article is raised. About the same time machinery for weaving was sent out from London, and a factory was started at Afrehitu, in Eimeo. The whiz of the wheels and spindles brought in volunteers from all quarters, who deemed it a privilege to be admitted to work, yet in 6 months not a boy could be hired, and the machinery was knocked down and packed off to Sydney. It was the same way with the cultivation of the sugar cane, a plant indigenous to the island, peculiarly fitted to the soil and climate, and of so excellent a quality that Bligh took slips of it to the West Indies. All the plantations went on famously for a while, the natives swarming in the fields like ants, and making a prodigious stir. What few plantations now remain are owned and worked by whites, who would rather pay a drunken sailor 18 or 20 Spanish dollars a month than hire a sober native for his "fish and taro." It is well worthy remark here, that every evidence of civilization among the South Sea Islands directly pertains to foreigners; though the fact of such evidence existing at all is usually urged as a proof of the elevated condition of the natives. Thus, at Honolulu, the capital of the Sandwich Islands, there are fine dwelling houses, several hotels, and barber shops, aye, even billiard rooms. But all these are owned and used, be it observed, by whites. There are tailors, and blacksmiths, and carpenters also, but not one of them is a native. The fact is, that the mechanical and agricultural employments of civilized life require a kind of exertion altogether too steady and sustained to agree with an indolent people like the Polynesians. Calculated for a state of nature, in a climate providentially adapted to it, they are unfit for any other. Nay, as a race, they cannot otherwise long exist. The following statement speaks for itself. About the year 1777, Captain Cook estimated the population of Tahiti at about 200,000. [Footnote: "I was convinced," he adds, "that from the vast swarms that everywhere appeared, this estimate was not at all too great." End footnote. By a regular census, taken some 4 or 5 years ago, it was found to be only 9,000. [Footnote: For an allusion to this census, see one of the chapters on Tahiti in the volumes of the U.S. Exploring Expedition; and for the almost incredible depopulation of the Sandwich Islands in recent years, see the same work. The progressive decrease in certain districts for a considerable period is there marked. Ruschenberger, an intelligent surgeon in the United States Navy, takes the following instance from the records kept on the islands. This district of Rohalo, in Hawaii, at one time numbered 8,679 souls. 4 years after, the population was 6,175. Decrease in that time, 2,504. No extraordinary cause is assigned for this depopulation. Vide A Voyage Around the World in the years 1835, 36, 37, by W.S. Ruschenberger, M.D., Philadelphia, 1838, 8vo, the chapter on the Sandwich Islands.] This amazing decrease not only shows the malignancy of the evils necessary to produce it, but, from the fact the interference unavoidably follows, that all the wars, child murders, and other depopulating causes alleged to have existed in former times, were nothing in comparison to them. These evils, of course, are solely of foreign origin. To say nothing of the effects of drunkenness, the occasional inroads of the smallpox, and other things which might be mentioned, it is sufficient to allude to a virulent disease which now taints the blood of at least 2/3 of the common people of the island, and in some form or other is transmitted from father to son. Their first horror and consternation at the earlier ravages of this scourge were pitiable in the extreme. The very name bestowed upon it is a combination of all that is horrid and unmentionable to a civilized being. Distracted with their sufferings, they brought forth their sick before the missionaries when they were preaching, and cried out, "Lies, lies! You tell us of salvation, and behold we are dying. We want no other salvation than to live in this world. Where are there any saved through your speech? Pomaree is dead, and we are all dying with your cursed diseases. When will you give over?" At present, the virulence of the disorder in individual cases has somewhat abated, but the poison is only the more widely diffused. "How dreadful and appalling," breaks forth old Wheeler, "the consideration that the intercourse of distant nations should have entailed upon these poor, untutored islanders a curse unprecedented and unheard of in the annals of history." In view of these things, who can remain blind to the fact that so far as mere temporal felicity is concerned, the Tahitians are far worse off now than formerly, and although their circumstances upon the whole are bettered by the presence of the missionaries, the benefits conferred by the latter become utterly insignificant when confronted with the vast preponderance of evil brought about by other means. Their prospects are hopeless, nor can the most devoted efforts now exempt them from furnishing a marked illustration of a principle which history has always exemplified. Years ago brought to a stand, where all that is corrupt in barbarism and civilization unite, to the exclusion of the virtues of either state. Like other uncivilized beings, brought into contact with Europeans, they must here remain stationary until utterly extinct. The islanders themselves are mournfully watching their doom. Several years since, Pomaree II said to Tyerman and Bennett, the deputies of the London Missionary Society, "You have come to see me at a very bad time. Your ancestors came in the time of men when Tahiti was inhabited. You are come to behold just the remnant of my people." Of like import was the prediction of Tiarmoar, the high priest of Paree, who lived over 100 years ago. I have frequently heard it chanted in a low, sad tone by aged Tahitians. "Aheri ta fau, a toro ta fararo, a nau ta tararta." The palm tree shall grow, the coral shall spread, but man shall cease. Chapter 50. Something Happens to Long Ghost. We will now return to the narrative. The day before the Julia sailed, Dr. Johnson paid his last call. He was not quite so bland as usual. All he wanted was the men's names to a paper, certifying to their having received from him sundry medicaments therein mentioned. This voucher, endorsed by Captain Guy, secured his pay. But he would not have obtained for it the sailor's signs manual, had either the doctor or myself been present at the time. Now, my long friend wasted no love upon Johnson, but for reasons of his own hated him heartily, all the same thing in one sense, for either passion argues an object deserving thereof. And so, to be hated cordially is only a left-handed compliment, which shows how foolish it is to be bitter against anyone. For my own part, I merely felt a cool, purely incidental, and passive contempt for Johnson, as a selfish, mercenary apothecary, and hence I often remonstrated with Long Ghost when he flew out against him, and heaped upon him all manner of scurrilous epithets. In his professional brother's presence, however, he never acted thus, maintaining an amiable exterior to help along the jokes which were played. I am now going to tell another story in which my long friend figures with the physician. I do not wish to bring one or the other of them too often upon the stage, but as the thing actually happened, I must relate it. A few days after Johnson presented his bill, as above mentioned, the doctor expressed to me his regret that although he, Johnson, had apparently been played off for our entertainment, yet, nevertheless, he had made money out of the transaction. And I wonder, added the doctor, if, that now he cannot expect to receive any further pay, he could be induced to call again. By a curious coincidence, not 5 minutes after making this observation, Dr. Long Ghost himself fell down in an unaccountable fit. and without asking anybody's leave, Captain Bob, who was by, at once dispatched a boy, hot foot, for Johnson. Meanwhile, we carried him to the Calabooza, and the natives, who assembled in numbers, suggested various modes of treatment. One rather energetic practitioner was for holding the patient by the shoulders, while somebody tugged at his feet. This resuscitatory operation was called the patata. But thinking our long comrade sufficiently lengthy without additional stretching, we declined patata-ing him. Presently the physician was spied coming along the Broom Road at a great rate, and so absorbed in the business of locomotion that he heeded not the imprudence of being in a hurry in a tropical climate. He was in a profuse perspiration, which must have been owing to the warmth of his feelings, notwithstanding we had supposed him a man of no heart. But his benevolent haste upon this occasion was subsequently accounted for. It merely arose from professional curiosity to behold a case most unusual in his Polynesian practice. Now, under certain circumstances, sailors, generally so frolicsome, are exceedingly particular in having everything conducted with the strictest propriety. Accordingly, they deputed me, as his intimate friend, to sit at Long Ghost's head, so as to be ready to officiate as spokesman, and answer all questions propounded; the rest to keep silent. "What's the matter?" exclaimed Johnson, out of breath, and bursting into the Calabooza. "How did it happen? Speak, quick!" And he was looking at Long Ghost. I told him how the fit came on. "Singular," he observed. "Very. Good enough pulse," and he let go of it and placed his hand upon his heart. "But what's all that frothing at the mouth?" he continued. "And, bless me, look at the abdomen!" The region thus denominated exhibited the most unaccountable symptoms. A low rumbling sound was heard, and a sort of undulation was discernible beneath the thin cotton frock. "Colic, sir?" suggested a bystander. "Colic be hanged!" shouted the physician. "Who ever heard of anybody in a trance of the colic?" During this, the patient lay upon his back, stark and straight, giving no signs of life except those above mentioned. "I'll bleed him!" cried Johnson at last. "Run for a calabash, one of you!" "Life ho!" here sung out Navy Bob, as if he had just spied a sail. "What under the sun's the matter with him?" cried the physician, starting at the appearance of the mouth, which had jerked to one side, and there remained fixed. "P'raps it's St. Wittis's hornpipe," suggested Bob. "Hold the calabash!" and the lancet was out in a moment. But before the deed could be done, the face became natural. A sigh was heaved, the eyelids quivered, opened, closed; and Long Ghost, twitching all over, rolled on his side, and breathed audibly. By degrees he became sufficiently recovered to speak. After trying to get something coherent out of him, Johnson withdrew, evidently disappointed in the scientific interest of the case. Soon after his departure the doctor sat up, and upon being asked what upon earth ailed him, shook his head mysteriously. He then deplored the hardship of being an invalid in such a place, where there was not the slightest provision for his comfort. This awakened the compassion of our good old keeper, who offered to send him to a place where he would be better cared for. Long Ghost acquiesced, and being at once mounted upon the shoulders of 4 of Captain Bob's men, was marched off in state, like the Grand Lama of Tibet. Now, I do not pretend to account for his remarkable swoon, but his reason for suffering himself to be thus removed from the Calabooza was strongly suspected to be nothing more than a desire to ensure more regularity in his dinner hour, hoping that the benevolent native to whom he was going would set a good table. The next morning we were all envying his fortune, when, of a sudden, he bolted in upon us, looking decidedly out of humor. "Hang it!" he cried, "I'm worse off than ever. Let me have some breakfast." We lowered our slender bag of ship's stores from a rafter and handed him a biscuit. While this was being munched, he went on and told his story. "After leaving here, they trotted me back into a valley and left me in a hut, where an old woman lived by herself. This must be the nurse, thought I, and so I asked her to kill a pig and bake it, for I felt my appetite returning. Ita, ita, ui mati, mati nui. No, no, you too sick. The devil mati ye, said I, give me something to eat. But nothing could be had. Night coming on, I had to stay. Creeping into a corner, I tried to sleep, but it was to no purpose. The old crone must have had the quinsy or something else, and she kept up such a wheezing and choking that at last I sprang up and groped after her, but she hobbled away like a goblin, and that was the last of her. As soon as the sun rose I made the best of my way back, and here I am. He never left us more, nor ever had a second fit. End of chapters 49 and 50. Recording by Trisha G. Chapters 51 and 52 of Omoo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Omoo, a narrative of adventures in the South Seas, by Herman Melville. Chapter 51. Wilson gives us the cut. Departure for Eimeo. About 3 weeks after the Julia's sailing, our condition began to be a little precarious. We were without any regular supply of food, the arrival of ships was growing less frequent, and, what was worse yet, all the natives but good old Captain Bob began to tire of us. Nor was this to be wondered at. We were obliged to live upon their benevolence when they had little enough for themselves. Besides, we were sometimes driven to acts of marauding, such as kidnapping pigs and cooking them in the groves, at which their proprietors were by no means pleased. In this state of affairs, we determined to march off to the consul in a body, and as he had brought us to these straits, demand an adequate maintenance. On the point of starting, Captain Bob's men raised the most outrageous cries and tried to prevent us. Though hitherto we had strolled about wherever we pleased, this grand conjunction of our whole force upon one particular expedition seemed to alarm them. But we assured them that we were not going to assault the village, and so, after a good deal of gibberish, they permitted us to leave. We went straight to the Pritchard residence, where the consul dwelt. This house, to which I have before referred, is quite commodious. It has a wide veranda, glazed windows, and other appurtenances of a civilized mansion. Upon the lawn in front are palm trees standing erect here and there, like sentinels. The consular office, a small building by itself, is enclosed by the same picket which fences in the lawn. We found the office closed, but in the veranda of the dwelling-house was a lady performing a tonsorial operation on the head of a prim-looking, elderly European, in a low white cravat. The most domestic little scene I had witnessed since leaving home. Bent upon an interview with Wilson, the sailors now deputed the doctor to step forward as a polite inquirer after his health. The pair stared very hard as he advanced, but no ways disconcerted, he saluted them gravely and inquired for the consul. Upon being informed that he had gone down to the beach, we proceeded in that direction, and soon met a native who told us that, apprised of our vicinity, Wilson was keeping out of the way. We resolved to meet him, and passing through the village, he suddenly came walking towards us, having apparently made up his mind that any attempt to elude us would be useless. "What do you want of me, you rascals?" he cried, a greeting which provoked a retort in no measured terms. At this juncture, the natives began to crowd round, and several foreigners strolled along. Caught in the very act of speaking to such disreputable acquaintances, Wilson now fidgeted, and moved rapidly towards his office, the men following. Turning upon them incensed, he bade them be off. He would have nothing more to say to us. And then, hurriedly addressing Captain Bob in Tahitian, he hastened on, and never stopped till the postern of Pritchard's wicket was closed behind him. Our good old keeper was now highly excited, bustling about in his huge petticoats, and conjuring us to return to the Calabooza. After a little debate, we acquiesced. This interview was decisive. Sensible that none of the charges brought against us would stand, yet unwilling formally to withdraw them, the consul now wished to get rid of us altogether, but without being suspected of encouraging our escape. Thus only could we account for his conduct. Some of the party, however, with a devotion to principle truly heroic, swore they would never leave him, happen what might. For my own part, I began to long for a change; and as there seemed to be no getting away in a ship, I resolved to hit upon some other expedient. But first I cast about for a comrade, and of course the long doctor was chosen. We at once laid our heads together, and for the present resolved to disclose nothing to the rest. A few days previous I had fallen in with a couple of Yankee lads, twins, who, originally deserting their ship at Fanning's Island, an uninhabited spot but exceedingly prolific in fruit of all kinds, had, after a long residence there, roved about among the society group. They were last from Eimeo, the island immediately adjoining, where they had been in the employ of 2 foreigners who had recently started a plantation there. These persons, they said, had charged them to send over from Papeetee, if they could, 2 white men for field laborers. Now, all but the prospect of digging and delving suited us exactly. But the opportunity for leaving the island was not to be slighted, and so we held ourselves in readiness to return with the planters, who, in a day or 2, were expected to visit Papeetee in their boat. At the interview which ensued, we were introduced to them as Peter and Paul, and they agreed to give Peter and Paul $15 silver a month, promising something more, should we remain with them permanently. What they wanted was men who would stay. To elude the natives, many of whom not exactly understanding our relations with the consul, might arrest us were they to see us departing, the coming midnight was appointed for that purpose. When the hour drew nigh, we disclosed our intention to the rest. Some upbraided us for deserting them; others applauded, and said, that on the first opportunity they would follow our example. At last we bade them farewell. And now there would be a serene sadness in thinking over the scene, since we never saw them again, had not all been dashed by McGee's picking the doctor's pocket of a jackknife in the very act of embracing him. We stole down to the beach, where, under the shadow of a grove, the boat was waiting. After some delay, we shipped the oars, and pulling outside of the reef, set the sail, and with a fair wind, glided away for Eimeo. It was a pleasant trip. The moon was up, the air warm, the waves musical, and all above was the tropical night, one purple vault hung round with soft, trembling stars. The channel is some 5 leagues wide. On one hand, you have the 3 great peaks of Tahiti lording it over the ranges of mountains and valleys; and on the other, the equally romantic elevations of Eimeo, high above which a lone peak, called by our companions the Marling Spike, shot up its verdant spire. The planters were quite sociable. They had been seafaring men, and this, of course, was a bond between us. To strengthen it, a flask of wine was produced, one of several which had been procured in person from the French admiral's steward; for whom the planters, when on a former visit to Papeetee, had done a good turn, by introducing the amorous Frenchman to the ladies ashore. Besides this, they had a calabash filled with wild boar's meat, baked yams, breadfruit, and Tombez potatoes. Pipes and tobacco also were produced; and while regaling ourselves, plenty of stories were told about the neighboring islands. At last we heard the roar of the Eimeo reef, and gliding through a break, floated over the expanse within, which was smooth as a young girl's brow, and beached the boat. Chapter 52. The Valley of Martair. We went up through groves to an open space, where we heard voices, and a light was seen glimmering from out a bamboo dwelling. It was the planters' retreat, and in their absence, several girls were keeping house, assisted by an old native, who, wrapped up in tappa, lay in the corner smoking. A hasty meal was prepared, and after it we essayed a nap; but alas! A plague, little anticipated, prevented. Unknown in Tahiti, the mosquitoes here fairly eddied around us. But more of them anon. We were up betimes, and strolled out to view the country. We were in the valley of Martair, shut in, on both sides, by lofty hills. Here and there were steep cliffs, gay with flowering shrubs, or hung with pendulous vines, swinging blossoms in the air. Of considerable width at the sea, the vale contracts as it runs inland, terminating, at the distance of several miles, in a range of the most grotesque elevations, which seem embattled with turrets and towers, grown over with verdure, and waving with trees. The valley itself is a wilderness of woodland, with links of streams flashing through, and narrow pathways fairly tunneled through masses of foliage. All alone in this wild place was the abode of the planters, the only one back from the beach; their sole neighbors, the few fishermen and their families, dwelling in a small grove of cocoa-nut trees, whose roots were washed by the sea. The cleared tract which they occupied comprised some 30 acres, level as a prairie, part of which was under cultivation, the whole being fenced in by a stout palisade of trunks and boughs of trees staked firmly in the ground. This was necessary, as a defense against the wild cattle and hogs overrunning the island. Thus far, Tombé's potatoes, [Footnote: Perhaps the finest sweet potato in the world. It derives its name from a district of Peru, near Cape Blanco, very favorable to its growth, where, also, it is extensively cultivated. The root is very large, sometimes as big as a good-sized melon.] were the principal crop raised; a ready sale for them being obtained among the shipping touching at Papeetee. There was a small patch of the taro, or Indian turnip, also; another of yams; and, in one corner, a thrifty growth of the sugar cane, just ripening. On the side of the enclosure next the sea was the house, newly built of bamboos, in the native style. The furniture consisted of a couple of sea-chests, an old box, a few cooking utensils, and agricultural tools; together with 3 fowling pieces hanging from a rafter, and 2 enormous hammocks, swinging in opposite corners, and composed of dried bullocks' hides, stretched out with poles. The whole plantation was shut in by a dense forest, and, close by the house, a dwarfed aoa, or species of banyan tree, had purposely been left twisting over the palisade, in the most grotesque manner, and thus made a pleasant shade. The branches of this curious tree afforded low perches, upon which the natives frequently squatted, after the fashion of their race, and smoked and gossiped by the hour. We had a good breakfast of fish, speared by the natives before sunrise on the reef; pudding of Indian turnip, fried bananas, and roasted bread-fruit. During the repast, our new friends were quite sociable and communicative. It seems that, like nearly all uneducated foreigners residing in Polynesia, they had, some time previous, deserted from a ship; and, having heard a good deal about the money to be made by raising supplies for whaling vessels, they determined upon embarking in the business. Strolling about, with this intention, they at last came to Martair, and, thinking the soil would suit, set themselves to work. They began by finding out the owner of the particular spot coveted, and then making a tayo of him. He turned out to be Tonoi, the chief of the fishermen, who one day, when exhilarated with brandy, tore his meagre tappa from his loins, and gave me to know that he was allied by blood with Pomaree himself, and that his mother came from the illustrious race of pontiffs who, in old times, swayed their bamboo crosier over all the pagans of Eimeo. A regal and right reverend lineage! But, at the time I speak of, the dusky noble was in decayed circumstances, and therefore by no means unwilling to alienate a few useless acres. As an equivalent, he received from the strangers 2 or 3 rheumatic old muskets, several red woolen shirts, and a promise to be provided for in his old age. He was always to find a home with the planters. Desirous of living in the cozy footing of a father-in-law, he frankly offered his 2 daughters for wives. but as such they were politely declined, the adventurers, though not averse to courting, being unwilling to entangle themselves in a matrimonial alliance, however splendid in point of family. Tonoi's men, the fishermen of the grove, were a sad set. Secluded, in a great measure, from the ministrations of the missionaries, they gave themselves up to all manner of lazy wickedness. Strolling among the trees of a morning, you came upon them napping on the shady side of a canoe hauled up among the bushes, lying under a tree smoking, or, more frequently still, gambling with pebbles; though, a little tobacco excepted, what they gambled for at their outlandish games it would be hard to tell. Other idle diversions they had also, in which they seemed to take great delight. As for fishing, it employed but a small part of their time. Upon the whole, they were a merry, indigent, godless race. Tonoi, the old sinner, leaning against the fallen trunk of a cocoanut tree, invariably squandered his mornings at pebbles, a gray-headed rook of a native regularly plucking him of every other stick of tobacco obtained from his friends, the planters. Toward afternoon he strolled back to their abode, where he tarried till the next morning, smoking and snoozing, and, at times, prating about the hapless fortunes of the house of Tonoi. But, like any other easy-going old dotard, he seemed for the most part perfectly content with cheerful board and lodging. On the whole, the valley of Martair was the quietest place imaginable. Could the mosquitoes be induced to emigrate, one might spend the month of August there quite pleasantly. But this was not the case with the luckless Long-Ghost and myself, as will presently be seen. End of chapters 51 and 52. Recording by Trisha G. Chapters 53 and 54 of Omoo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Omoo, a narrative of adventures in the South Seas, by Herman Melville. Chapter 53. Farming in Polynesia. The planters were both whole-souled fellows, but, in other respects, as unlike as possible. One was a tall, robust Yankee, born in the backwoods of Maine, sallow, and with a long face. The other was a short little Cockney, who had first clapped his eyes on the monument. The voice of Zeke, the Yankee, had a twang like a cracked viol, and Shorty, as his comrade called him, clipped the aspirate from every word beginning with one. The latter, though not the tallest man in the world, was a good-looking young fellow of 25. His cheeks were dyed with the fine Saxon red, burned deeper from his roving life. His blue eye opened well, and a profusion of fair hair curled over a well-shaped head. But Zeke was no beauty. A strong, ugly man, he was well adapted for manual labor, and that was all. His eyes were made to see with, and not for ogling. Compared with the Cockney he was grave and rather taciturn. But there was a deal of good old humor bottled up in him after all. For the rest, he was frank, good-hearted, shrewd, and resolute, and, like Shorty, quite illiterate. Though a curious conjunction, the pair got along together famously. But as no two men were ever united in any enterprise without one getting the upper hand of the other, so, in most matters, Zeke had his own way. Shorty, too, had imbibed from him a spirit of invincible industry, and heaven only knows what ideas of making a fortune on their plantation. We were much concerned at this, for the prospect of their setting us in their own persons an example of downright hard labor was anything but agreeable. But it was now too late to repent what we had done. The first day, thank fortune, we did nothing. Having treated us as guests thus far, they no doubt thought it would be wanting in delicacy to set us to work before the compliments of the occasion were well over. The next morning, however, they both looked businesslike, and we were put to. "Wal, boys," said Zeke, knocking the ashes out of his pipe after breakfast, "we must get at it. Shorty, give Peter there (the doctor) the big hoe, and Paul the other, and let's be off." Going to a corner, Shorty brought forth 3 of the implements, and distributing them impartially, trudged on after his partner, who took the lead with something in the shape of an axe. For a moment, left alone in the house, we looked at each other, quaking. We were each equipped with a great clumsy piece of a tree, armed at one end with a heavy, flat mass of iron. The cutlery part, especially adapted to primitive soil, was an importation from Sydney. The handles must have been of domestic manufacture. Hoes, so called, we had heard of and seen, but they were harmless in comparison with the tools in our hands. "What's to be done with them?" inquired I of Peter. "Lift them up and down," he replied, "or put them in motion some way or other. Paul, we are in a scrape. But hark, they are calling." And shouldering the hoes, off we marched. Our destination was the farther side of the plantation, where the ground, cleared in part, had not yet been broken up. But they were now setting about it. Upon halting, I asked why a plow was not used. Some of the young wild steers might be caught and trained for draft. Zeke replied that, for such a purpose, no cattle, to his knowledge, had ever been used in any part of Polynesia. As for the soil of Martair, so obstructed was it with roots, crossing and recrossing each other at all points, that no kind of a plow could be used to advantage. The heavy Sydney hoes were the only thing for such land. Our work was now before us, but, previous to commencing operations, I endeavored to engage the Yankee in a little further friendly chat, concerning the nature of virgin soils in general, and that of the valley of Martair in particular. So masterly a stratagem made Long Ghost brighten up, and he stood by, ready to join in. But what our friend had to say about agriculture all referred to the particular part of his plantation upon which we stood, and having communicated enough on this head to enable us to set to work to the best advantage, he fell to himself, and Shorty, who had been looking on, followed suit. The surface, here and there, presented closely amputated branches of what had once been a dense thicket. They seemed purposely left projecting, as if to furnish a handle, whereby to drag out the roots underneath. After loosening the hard soil, by dint of much thumping and pounding, the Yankee jerked one of the roots this way and that, twisting it round and round, and then tugging at it horizontally. "Come, lend us a hand," he cried at last, and running up, we all four strained away in concert. The tough obstacle convulsed the surface with throes and spasms, but stuck fast notwithstanding. "Dumn it!" cried Zeke. "We'll have to get a rope. Run to the house, Shorty, and fetch one." The end of this being attached, we took plenty of room, and strained away once more. "Give us a song, Shorty," said the doctor, who was rather sociable on a short acquaintance. Where the work to be accomplished is any way difficult, this mode of enlivening toil is quite efficacious among sailors. So, willing to make everything as cheerful as possible, Shorty struck up "Were You Ever in Dumbarton?" a marvelously inspiring but somewhat indecorous windlass chorus. At last, the Yankee cast a damper on his enthusiasm by exclaiming in a pet, "Oh, dumn your singing! Keep quiet and pull away." This we now did in the most uninteresting silence, until, with a jerk that made every elbow hum, the root dragged out, and, most inelegantly, we all landed upon the ground. The doctor, quite exhausted, stayed there, and deluded into believing that, after so doughty a performance, we would be allowed a cessation of toil, took off his hat and fanned himself. "Rayther a hard customer, that, Peter," observed the Yankee, going up to him. "But it's no use for any on 'em to hang back; for I'm dummed if they hain't got to come out, whether or no. Hurrah, let's get at it agin." "Mercy!" ejaculated the doctor, rising slowly, and turning round. "He'll be the death of us." Falling to with our hoes again, we worked singly, or together, as occasion required, until nooning time came. The period, so called by the planters, embraced about 3 hours in the middle of the day, during which it was so excessively hot, in this still brooding valley, shut out from the trades, and only open toward the leeward side of the island, that labor in the sun was out of the question. To use a hyperbolical phrase of Shorty's, it was hot enough to melt the nose hoff a brass monkey. Returning to the house, Shorty, assisted by old Tonoi, cooked the dinner, and after we had all partaken thereof, both the Cockney and Zeke threw themselves into one of the hammocks, inviting us to occupy the other. Thinking it no bad idea, we did so, and, after skirmishing with the mosquitoes, managed to fall into a doze. As for the planters, more accustomed to nooning, they at once presented a nuptial back to each other, and were soon snoring away at a great rate. Tonoi snoozed on a mat in one corner. At last we were roused by Zeke's crying out, "Up, byes, up! Rise and shine! Time to get at it again!" Looking at the doctor, I perceived very plainly that he had decided upon something. In a languid voice, he told Zeke that he was not very well; indeed, that he had not been himself for some time past, though a little rest no doubt would recruit him. The Yankee, thinking from this that our valuable services might be lost to him altogether, were he too hard upon us at the outset, at once begged us both to consult our own feelings, and not exert ourselves for the present unless we felt like it. Then, without recognizing the fact that my comrade claimed to be actually unwell, he simply suggested that, since he was so tired, he had better, perhaps, swing in his hammock for the rest of the day. If agreeable, however, I myself might accompany him upon a little bullock hunting excursion in the neighboring hills. In this proposition I gladly acquiesced, though Peter, who was a great sportsman, put on a long face. The muskets and ammunition were forthwith got down from overhead, and, everything being then ready, Zeke cried out, "Tonoi, come! Aramai! Get up. We want you for pilot. Shorty, my lad, look arter things, you know; and if you likes, why, there's them roots in the field yonder." Having thus arranged his domestic affairs to please himself, though little to Shorty's satisfaction, I thought, he slung his powder horn over his shoulder, and we started. Tonoi was at once set on in advance, and, leaving the plantation, he struck into a path which led toward the mountains. After hurrying through the thickets for some time, we came out into the sunlight in an open glade just under the shadow of the hills. Here Zeke pointed aloft to a beetling crag, far distant, where a bullock, with horns thrown back, stood like a statue. Chapter 54. Some account of the wild cattle in Polynesia. Before we proceed further, a word or two concerning these wild cattle and the way they came on the island. Some 50 years ago, Vancouver left several bullocks, sheep, and goats at various places in the Society group. He instructed the natives to look after the animals carefully, and by no means to slaughter any until a considerable stock had accumulated. The sheep must have died off, for I never saw a solitary fleece in any part of Polynesia. The pair left were an ill-assorted couple, perhaps, separated in disgust, and died without issue. As for the goats, occasionally you came across a black, misanthropic ram, nibbling the scant herbage of some height inaccessible to man, in preference to the sweet grasses of the valley below. The goats were not very numerous. The bullocks, coming of a prolific ancestry, are a hardy set, racing over the island of Eimeo in considerable numbers, though in Tahiti but few of them are seen. At the former place, the original pair must have scampered off to the interior, because it is now so thickly populated by their wild progeny. The herds are the private property of Queen Pomaree, from whom the planters had obtained permission to shoot for their own use as many as they pleased. The natives stand in great awe of these cattle, and, for this reason, are excessively timid in crossing the island, preferring rather to sail round to an opposite village in their canoes. Tonoi abounded in bullock stories, most of which, by the by, had a spice of the marvelous. The following is one of these. Once upon a time he was going over the hills with a brother, now no more, when a great bull came bellowing out of the wood, and both took to their heels. The old chief sprang into a tree, his companion, flying in an opposite direction, was pursued, and in the very act of reaching up to a bough, trampled under foot. The unhappy man was then gored, tossed in the air, and finally run away with on the bull's horns. More dead than alive, Tonoi waited till all was over, and then made the best of his way home. The neighbors, armed with 2 or 3 muskets, at once started to recover, if possible, his unfortunate brother's remains. At nightfall they returned without discovering any trace of him, but the next morning Tonoi himself caught a glimpse of a bullock marching across the mountain's brow, with a long dark object borne aloft on his horns. Having referred to Vancouver's attempts to colonize the islands with useful quadrupeds, we may as well say something concerning his success upon Hawaii, one of the largest islands in the whole Polynesian archipelago, and which gives the native name to the well-known cluster named by Cook in honor of Lord Sandwich. Hawaii is some 100 leagues in circuit, and covers an area of over 4,000 square miles. Until within a few years past, its interior was almost unknown, even to the inhabitants themselves, who, for ages, had been prevented from wandering thither by certain strange superstitions. Pele, the terrific goddess of the volcanoes Mauna Roa and Mauna Kea, [Footnote: Perhaps the most remarkable volcanoes in the world. For very interesting accounts of 3 adventurous expeditions to their summits, 17,000 feet above the level of the sea, see Lord Byron's Voyage of H.B.M. ship Blonde, Ellis's Journal of a Visit to the Sandwich Islands, and Wilkie's Narrative of the U.S. Exploring Expedition.] was supposed to guard all the passes to the extensive valleys lying round their base. There are legends of her having chased with streams of fire several impious adventurers. Near Hilo a jet-black cliff is shown, with the vitreous torrent apparently pouring over into the sea, just as it cooled after one of these supernatural eruptions. To these inland valleys, and the adjoining hillsides, which are clothed in the most luxuriant vegetation, Vancouver's bullocks soon wandered, and, unmolested for a long period, multiplied in vast herds. Some 12 or 15 years ago, the natives, losing sight of their superstitions, and learning the value of the hides in commerce, began hunting the creatures that wore them; but being very fearful and awkward in a business so novel, their success was small, and it was not until the arrival of a party of Spanish hunters, men regularly trained to their calling upon the plains of California, that the work of slaughter was fairly begun. The Spaniards were showy fellows, tricked out in gay blankets, leggings worked with porcupine quills, and jingling spurs. Mounted upon trained Indian mares, these heroes pursued their prey up to the very base of the burning mountains, making the profoundest solitudes ring with their shouts, and flinging the lasso under the very nose of the vixen goddess Pele. Hilo, a village upon the coast, was their place of resort, and thither flocked roving whites from all the islands of the group. As pupils of the dashing Spaniards, many of these dissipated fellows, quaffing too freely of the stirrup cup, and riding headlong after the herds, when they reeled in the saddle, were unhorsed and killed. This was about the year 1835, when the present king, Tamahamaha III, was a lad. With royal impudence, laying claim to the sole property of the cattle, he was delighted with the idea of receiving 1 of every 2 silver dollars paid down for their hides. So, with no thought for the future, the work of extermination went madly on. In 3 years' time, 18,000 bullocks were slain, almost entirely upon the single island of Hawaii. The herds being thus nearly destroyed, the sagacious young prince imposed a rigorous taboo upon the few surviving cattle, which was to remain in force for 10 years. During this period, not yet expired, all hunting is forbidden, unless directly authorized by the king. The massacre of the cattle extended to the hapless goats. In 1 year, 3,000 of their skins were sold to the merchants of Honolulu, fetching a quartilia or shilling sterling apiece. After this digression, it is time to run on after Tonoi and the Yankee. End of chapters 53 and 54. Recording by Trisha G.